Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the September 10th Board of Education meeting, and we'll call the meeting to order with roll call, please. Ms. Mullins.
Here.
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 Here. Could I have a motion to approve the agenda as stated?
So, second. Aye.
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 Director Plomer.
Aye. Now let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, everyone. Tonight's a big night. We're talking about another big decision. As we committed to at our July 29th meeting, we are here to discuss this evening plans for schooling after the September 25th date we had established for remote learning. So we want to thank all the teachers, staff, parents, and family members who have written emails to provide feedback into the plan. Board members have received all emails submitted through the district site or individually sent emails. And I know each of us has done our best to read all of them or as many as we could. They've been coming in right up till now. So I know we've all been reading quite a bit these last week or so, actually. I want to address a couple things before we get going and get to the superintendent's report and to the plan. We've had some previous questions about why we have comments turned off as part of the meeting. First, it is an unfortunate reality that there are those who use public meetings as an opportunity to post pornographic or profane language in chat boxes or in the question and answer boxes. We want to make sure that that does not happen as part of a public meeting. Second, the method we provide for public feedback is email to the board or submission of public comment. During the meeting, there is no one available to answer comments or answer questions. We invite people to submit further comments and questions through our board email portal. That way we can get you a response or make sure that we have a record of your feedback. So we will begin this evening with the superintendent's report and an explanation of the plan. We do hope that the plan and its presentation will answer some of the questions we have received as part of your emails. Board members are encouraged to ask questions as the presentation goes along or right after. And just as a reminder for all of us, please remember to unmute your microphone so that the questions can be heard through the Zoom meeting. After the presentation of the plan, we'll take a short break and make sure that individuals who have signed up for public comment are queued up. So with that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Gadowski.
Is this better in terms of hearing me? Okay, great. Must have remained on mute. Phil, would you be able to reach out to Tracy and just see if she's available? That would be helpful. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, if you're ready to start, Jody, that would be good. Okay, great. All right. Thank you, Tracy. So we captioned, name this process of returning to school in the COVID era back in the spring and summer onward. And so we're now at a new stage of decision making. And as you all are aware, the recommendation that I'm bringing forward for your consideration tonight is that we give families an option to have an in-person learning experience, an in-person 5 days a week experience at elementary school, and a 2-day per week in-person experience for middle and high school. It wouldn't be mandatory for individuals to make that choice. And so one of the pieces that I want to clarify out of the onset, given some of the communication I saw today, is that we would very much continue to support student learning through fully remote online means if this recommendation were accepted. And given what we've seen in survey results, I would expect 30 to 40% of our families might avail themselves of that choice. So that's what we're hoping to do, is to expand options, and a little bit more of the why behind that and why the change from late July is where I'll take us next. Starting in May, as we had conversations as a leadership team, set out a three-pronged standard about when should we provide in-person services to students. The first piece of that equation is looking at public health guidance and to ask ourselves, can we provide an effective service to students in person consistent with guidelines and recommendations of public health? That's as far as we got, as far as I got in my analysis in late July. My conclusion, given the spread of the virus and data that we saw at that time, is that we could not offer such in-person instruction in large scale numbers in a responsible and prudent manner. That has now changed. And so the answer now to the first question about can we responsibly provide in-person services to students consistent with public health guidance is yes. And part of what I would to share with you all is a letter I received today from Dr. John Douglas, who's the Executive Director of Tri-County Health Department, and it's co-signed by Mr. Jason Veiling, who's the Director of Broomfield Public Health Department. And their communication to me is as follows. I've shared this with the Board of Education. Dear Superintendent Godowski. Okay. I'll put this on and hopefully that just stares on the side of being most audible. So the synopsis for those who may not have been able to hear before is, ever since May, as we started to look at decisions about in-person opportunities for students, whether it's the summer childcare program that we successfully offered to about 470 students, whether it was supporting students with significant special needs in an in-person hybrid model, which we did for 53 students, whether it was providing athletic and extracurricular activities like marching bands to students in person, which we did for more than 1,000 student athletes this summer, or whether it was having in-person graduation ceremonies for high school seniors who wanted that opportunity, we've looked at a three-part test. And the first piece of that test is to consider whether we can offer a service and in-person programming in a responsible way consistent with public health recommendations and guidelines. And in July, as I made a recommendation to you all about how we should start the school year, we didn't get beyond the first element of that test, given my conclusions, which are since validated by public health guidelines that have been released, that there was too much transmission of virus at high levels in our system, given predictions that it would grow worse. Felt like the most responsible path forward was to start the year with remote learning for all. Factor one has significantly changed since that time, and public health officials now indicate that we can responsibly provide in-person instructional opportunities for students later this month. Today, I received a communication that I've shared with the Board of Education from Dr. John Douglas, who's the Executive Director of Tri-County Public Health, as well as Mr. Jason Vailing, who's the Broomfield Public Health Department Director. And their communication to me was as follows. Dear Superintendent Godowski, Tri-County Health Department and Broomfield Public Health Department have each reviewed Adams 12 School District's onward reopening plan and feel it is a comprehensive approach which creates a safe environment for students and staff. Notably, the COVID-19 case reporting metrics have been improving and support the learning model. The case incidence rate in Adams County is continuing to fall and is down to 104. So I'll probably note that a number of times it's much better even than the slides from a couple of days ago. And the test positivity rate is trending down and currently at 5.4%. Again, an improvement compared to the slide data that we'll see tonight. Broomfield County incidence rate is 42, and the positivity rate is currently 2.5%. Again, both of those are improvements compared to the data presented in the slide deck from a couple of days ago. We appreciate the partnership and dedication Adams 12 School District has put into their thoughtful reopening plan. Tri-County Health Department and Broomfield Public Health look forward to continuing our partnership with Adams 12 School District. And again, it's signed by Dr. John Douglas and Mr. Jason Vailing. So we're now in a much different spot in terms of the virus, and there's quite a number of slides that I'll be walking through today to explain this. Counter to the thesis advanced by some, the change in position and recommendation isn't driven by parent politics or anything other than having much different data that allows factor one to come into a much different spot than it was in late July. The other two parts of the metric, key parts were, do parents want the service? Do parents and students want the service? We have data that suggests that 70% approximately of our parents desire some form of in-person instructional opportunity for their children. We'll talk further about that. And we also have data from our staff that helps respond to question number 3. Do we have sufficient staff to provide the service? And I believe, given the survey data that we received, that we will have sufficient staff to both provide in-person learning opportunities should the board approve this recommendation, as well as continued online learning options for families who desire that. The fourth thing that you see noted on here that's important as well and relates to this efficiency piece that I've talked about both in July and again today. Quarantine guidelines matter quite a bit in terms of how much continuity or disruption we might have in the learning environment. And there's been some change in quarantine guidance since the July meeting that I'll talk about as we proceed with the presentation. All right, Tracy, let's move to the next slide. So there are two things that have developed in the public health space that weren't in place back in late July. The first new framework that we have is before us on the screen. The Metro Denver Partnership for Health developed a guidance document for schools, captioned strategies for schools. I believe there's a link that people can follow to get that document firsthand. It was in existence in late July, and it relies upon 3 primary factors to make judgments about the relative risk involved in reopening schools to in-person learning opportunities. The first element is determining what is the 2-week cumulative rate of positive COVID cases per 100,000 population in a jurisdiction. If you have more than 100 of those, you're rated high. And we have been in July high, and we continue to be high in Adams County on this metric, as we'll talk about further, but at a much, much reduced level from what we saw in late July and early August. The second factor that is in this metric is growth in cases. Are things growing worse, and are they growing worse at an accelerated rate? And so if you have increases in cases at a rate of 50% or greater, that would place you in the red category. If you have increases of 25% or less, if you have stability in your rates, or if you're declining, then you're in the green. And then the third factor under this analysis is, what is the rate of positivity? as you're administering tests to lots of individuals within the community, how many of them come back with a positive COVID result? If you have less than 5%, you're in the green. If you have greater than 7%, you're identified as in the place of red, which is a place of caution. We note on this slide too that there's been some change in how public health organizations have reported case positivity over the last several weeks. Through July, at the time I reported and presented to you last, the way that they were reporting positivity on their website was to look at the number of cases that had occurred since March when the pandemic started, and to give you both the denominator, a numerator, and a percentage based upon the cumulative number of cases administered and the cumulative number that had tested positive from March through whatever date they were. They've since moved to the 2-week average of test positivity because finding trends and where things are moving have become the focus of public health authorities in more recent months. Let's go to the next slide, Tracy. Thank you. So this slide here talks about where we were in mid to late July, both in Adams County and Broomfield County, and where do we stand today. For the period July 15th through July 29th, which was the time and the data set that I was looking at and making my recommendation to you before, the rate was 174.6 cases per 100,000 population in Adams County. That's within a category that the public health officials have rated as very high. It also has correlation to another metric that I'll be discussing with you in a few minutes from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. You can see that as we finished August, that rate had declined to 128.02. As we gathered data that went through September 6th, the rate was 117.59. And as of today, as I referred to in the communication from Dr. Douglas, the Adams County rate is now 104 cases per 100,000 population. So from a peak, the peak was actually in the early part of August. The period of July 22nd through August 4th was the peak period of positive cases in Adams County. We were at 193 cases per 100,000 then. We're now at 104 cases. I believe that's close to a 45% reduction in positive cases that have occurred over that time span. Likewise, we see improvement in Broomfield County. You can tell from these metrics that we've had much less community spread and infection in Broomfield than we have in Adams County. And the current number that Mr. Veiling had reported is that the rate of positive cases has declined to 42 in the most recent 2-week interval. And so we see significant and sustained improvement in the rate of cases in both counties throughout the periods following the decision. I've made some remarks to folks recently that we often have administrators talk with their staff and their kids about which superpower do you wish you had. I wish I had the superpower to predict accurately what's going to happen with snowstorms. That would make snow days a lot easier. And the second one that I wish I had was the ability to accurately predict the spread and trend of COVID. And both of those issues baffle meteorologists and public health officials. Certainly the virus has trended in a much different direction over the last 6 weeks than what the governor, the state epidemiologist, and other public health officials were predicting in late July. And that's a good thing. Next slide. This slide deals with the second metric in the Metro Denver Partnership for Health guidance document. And so you can see we have 2 pieces of positivity data reported for Adams County in that time frame. The 12.2% reflected the number using the old methodology, where you look at the total number of cases that have tested positive from March through the date of roughly July 29th, and then you look at how many total cases had or total tests had been administered. And at that time, they were showing a 12.2% rate of positive tests. As they've gone to this 2-week measurement instead for that period of July 15th through the 29th, Tri-County Public Health Department indicates that the rate of positivity was 7.4%, so within the red range. in this guidance document. It has since declined, and as Dr. Douglas reported in his communication to me today, it now stands at 5.4%, which is in a place in the stoplight methodology of being in the yellow, but getting significantly close to the 5% level that gets you into the green. Broomfield, you can see where we were in July, where we stand now. The most current data from Mr. Veiling in today's communication is that the positivity rate is 2.5%. So it's continued to decline steadily, solidly within the green level at this juncture. And then this final piece is a measurement about how cases are trending up or down, and then giving a label to that. So in that late July timeframe, we were in the yellow in Adams County at 25%. I've had discussions with public health officials, and I think they largely concur that one of the downsides to the current green, yellow, and red metric as it relates to trends of cases is that if you're high in the red, if you have a case rate per 100,000 of 175, and you have test positivity numbers of 7.5%, and if you're increasing at 20%, that's a significant problem. And getting a green rating for that in that circumstance, I think, tells a misleading story. And so the yellow increase that we had back in late July was troubling because the other two metrics in terms of case rate and positivity rate were in the red. So two of the three measurements were red, one was yellow, and predictions were that we might be in a worse spot come September and beyond hospital capacity throughout the region. Again, fortunately, that's not been true. We've seen consistent decline as you see on here. Part of what you may have seen if you followed the methodology that some other superintendents and boards of education have adopted is that they've attached a scoring system to these criteria. They've often added some others, whether it's hospitalization rates, the amount of personal protective equipment on hand in the school district. There can be a number of things that people would measure and give points to. In the end, this Metro Denver Partnership for Health document doesn't do that. There was deference extended by public health officials to local boards of education to make judgments about risk. And so they haven't given us a scoring system to say that if you're in the red, you get 0 points. If you're in the green on a certain metric, you get 2 points. They haven't done that, nor have I adopted that sort of system. What I've been more persuaded to follow as the guiding post for a decision, or at least my recommendation today, and how I propose to make recommendations in the future, is guidance from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And so Tracy, if we can transition to, I think that may be the next slide. Oh, before we get there, we have a slide here that shows where we stand in Adams County compared to other districts across the region. And so you can see here that one of the things I often hear in communications from stakeholders is that they see Douglas County, Cherry Creek, a number of school districts throughout the region have been in person with students. And the benefit of this slide is to understand that we have some different levels of transmission that are higher and pose greater risk in Adams County than in many other communities along the Front Range, including both Denver and including Arapahoe County that includes the Aurora Public Schools and Cherry Creek Public Schools. We are higher. The graph has improved, as I noted, down to 104 positive cases per 100,000. But even at that, we still have a higher level of positive cases than neighboring counties and communities. I'd also note that not all of the data you see there is exactly apples to apples. The Boulder rate is for a 5-day rolling average. The Jeffco rate is for a 7-day moving average. So you'd roughly need to multiply by 2 or 3 to get an approximation of their data compared to the others in that graph. And then down at the bottom, you see rates of positivity and how we compare. And you'll see that Adams County is the one county amongst all of those in the region that has been in the yellow, a place of caution in terms of rate of positivity. Next slide. So that's how we look under the the Metro Denver Partnership for Health document. That partnership includes Tri-County, which is Douglas County, Arapahoe County, Adams County. It includes Broomfield, and Denver and Jefferson County at minimum are the communities that are part of that group. Then more recently, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment has released guidance that's intended statewide to give guidance and suggestions about when not only schools should consider providing services in person or in limited or remote means, but how other public institutions might proceed, whether you're a bar, a restaurant, a place of worship. And the way they go about this is through a dial system that gives you 5 different categories and metrics along with it to measure where you stand. On the far right is protect our neighbors, and our state has not yet been in protect our neighbors status. There have been variances granted in a variety of places and communities in the state to allow greater flexibility within the safer at home category, but we've not yet been in protect our neighbors. Safer at home is largely where the state has stood since late April. And then on the far left, stay at home is where we stood from roughly late March through late April. Safer at home, because it's been such an enduring level for us under the governor's orders, CDPHE now breaks it into 3 categories. Safer at home level 1 is where they urge people to be cautious. Level 2 is a place in which they see metrics that can cause some concern and a measured response. Level 3 is high risk. And so that's the framework they've developed. And as we go further down in their guidance document, we can give some more context to how they measure and place you into categories. It's largely driven in terms of which of those 5 categories you get into based upon how many new cases you have under a 2-week incidence and what your rate of positive test returns are within a 2-week period. Currently, Adams 12 stands within level 2 with the 104 positive cases per 100,000 population. We're on the lower side within that range, still a ways away from level 1, but leaning more toward level 1 than we are toward level 3. That's a much different scenario than we were in late July, where we are at 174.6, I believe is the number that I've shared with you as we gathered on July 29th, and we peaked even higher than that. And under this metric, as you'll see in a minute, the recommendation is that you stay in a remote learning stance when you have case transmission at that level. The second significant factor on this table relates to the rate of test positivity. And if you're greater than 10%, that can place you in level 3, where remote is suggested as well by CDPHE. This slide here, you'll see on the left, there's reference to a variety of public institutions that serve the public, schools, places of worship, restaurants, offices, bars, gyms, etc. And at the top is P12 schools. In stay at home, we would be in remote learning. At level 3, remote is suggested, which is where we've been. And then in level 2, there's quite a bit of discretion offered, as there is in level 1, to local decision makers to choose either in-person, hybrid, or remote instructional means for students. And so at this juncture, under the CDPHE guidance, that's the reason why the answer that I had in July about does public health indicate that we can responsibly provide in-person instruction to students? The answer was no then, and it was certainly validated by this metric that CDPHE has developed. At this juncture, we're within level 2, and the question before the board tonight is, are you comfortable with this plan that allows some in-person learning focused at the younger ages and hybrid learning for older students in our community? This in one quick place just kind of shows where we're at. This is data from a couple days ago. You've heard me talk about it a lot. We've gotten quite a bit better. We're solidly within the middle level of safer at home at this juncture. One of the metrics that has since developed that wasn't available in late July is a measurement of how many school-age students from age 5 through 18 have tested positive for the coronavirus. And so you'll see the orange line reflects Adams County. We have higher rates of our youth having positive cases than in Arapahoe and Douglas counties. And you'll see that for the last reported interval, and this graph is for weekly incidence rates as opposed to the 2-week rates that you see elsewhere. We are at 41.7 through 7.2 through August 30th. And so if you double that, it would take us to a place of about 83 cases per 100,000 population over a 2-week period. And so that's just another useful tool for us to look at. There's also measurements that Tri-County has developed that are still in a beta format that allow you to look school district by school district at your rates of virus transmission. And so you can pull Adams 12, 27J, Adams 14, Westminster Public Schools, etc. And as I've looked at that, there's a lot of fairly fast change that goes on in that data set because they're often reporting and updating throughout the course of the day tests that have been administered to individuals during the course of the day. So there can be a lot of fluctuation that goes. But in general, what I've seen in that data set is that the rates of transmission and the case rate per 100,000 is lower in Adams 12 than it is in most places in the county, including some neighboring school districts, which often have higher rates of significant poverty in their communities. And then this slide here is just going to take us through a time graph to show where we're at. Part of what some have suggested is that the decision in July was imprudent because we had flattened the curve of COVID and coronavirus within our community at that time. And as you see in here, that's not true. When you look at that early August, late July timeframe, we had a peak on the yellow or the orange at that time in Adams County that was greater than any time that we've had at any time throughout the pandemic. The good news is that you'll see that curve or that graph continuing in a steady downward fashion ever since that time. Any questions about public health data before I transition on to a few other things? All right, PPE readiness. This is a factor that's more on a secondary set of considerations through the Metro Denver Partnership for Health Guidance. And so we report to you here that we're in the green in terms of having a significant supply greater than 1 month of paper masks, KN95 masks, face shields, and gloves for our staff if we were to return to whole scale, at scale, in-person learning. So we have significant supplies. The governor has allocated a KN95 mask for every staff member, 1 per week for a period of, I believe, 10 weeks is his commitment, and those are shipped to us periodically, and so we're accumulating a significant supply of those. And we had ordered hundreds of thousands of paper masks this summer, both for adults and for children, to prepare for the possibility of in-person learning. The greater challenge, as you'll see, is cloth masks and gowns. We have an order that still has not been completely fulfilled for cloth masks. We do have some, but we don't have as many cloth masks as we intend to have a long-term supply for all. The other big challenge, and you see noted over in the comments section, relates to gowns. Those are very difficult to obtain. We have an order out for another 500 gowns. And so that's a place where our inventory is thinner, but still at the 2 to 4 week level, we believe that we're able to provide our staff with adequate PPE and our students should we have some in-person return to schooling. The final slide, I think, in terms of this, why And what does the data tell us? Piece of the presentation relates to testing of our staff members. We, like many other school districts throughout the Front Range, have executed a contract with COVID Check Colorado to provide free testing on a voluntary basis to our staff members who have interest in availing themselves of that. They can take that test once every 2 weeks if they're working in a school setting. And thus far, we've had 1,151 staff members sign up to be tested. 941 tests have been administered. Thus far, we've had one positive result. That's helpful in terms of just trying to get a sense about how frequently might we have quarantine situations. It's likely that if we're back in an in-person schooling situation that we will have more positive results for staff members. But 1 out of 941 has been a much lower number than I would have anticipated as we headed down this path in terms of positive outcomes. At this point, the presentation transitions to the second and third factors that I talked about. What do parents have interest in us providing to their children, and are we able to staff that? And we start with the parent interest survey. You'll see that we had close to 12,000 responses to the English survey and about 850 respondents to the Spanish survey. On a rate of return basis, our Spanish survey is pretty thin. I've got a note here that I want to cite so I get the number right. So roughly 37% of our 32,200 student households responded to the English survey. In contrast, we have about 4,900 Spanish-speaking families in our district, which is about 13% of our total enrollment, and roughly 17% of those families responded. So I just note that the sample size is much larger on the English survey in terms of a proportion of the total eligible population to respond. It's more than 2 times the response rate that we saw from our Spanish-speaking families. What you see here in the aggregate, and we have some disaggregated data by elementary, middle, and high school that we'll go through in subsequent slides. In the aggregate, 42% had interest in returning to full-time in-person learning, and roughly 27% had interest in the hybrid model. Roughly 31% wanted to continue with remote learning. Some have described this as roughly 70% of our families have interest in some in-person schooling. It differs in terms of the degree and the quantity, and 31% have interest in continuing to remain in a remote setting. I would note that the 31% in remote learning correlates pretty well with data we have from other districts nearby. In 27J, my understanding is that they have 30% approximately of their total student enrollment that are participating in online remote learning, and the other students in-person or hybrid formats. So it was a higher number than I had expected to see. It's higher than some counties in the South Metro, like Cherry Creek and Douglas County, but it does seem to be validated by a close neighbor in 27J. And then our Spanish-speaking parents, their numbers are different. There's a greater interest in staying in a remote setting. 40% would like to continue in a remote setting. About a third would like to be full-time in person, and roughly 26% would like to be in a hybrid. And we see that theme throughout the subsequent breakdowns by level. Next slide. At the elementary level, we see roughly 30% saying, please continue with remote learning. We'd like that option. The other 70% are broken down between in-person and hybrid. On the Spanish, roughly 36% on the opposite ends of the pole. One is to have continued remote learning, and on the other end, having full in-person learning, with 28% indicating a preference for a hybrid approach. Middle school, some slight variations that you'll see here. In general, you see less demand or interest for full-time in-person learning as we survey parents of older students. So in contrast to roughly a 46% level at elementary. We see this come down to 40% in terms of demand for full-time in-person, 28% for a hybrid. Spanish, you see roughly fairly similar numbers to the aggregate data and the elementary data. And then at high school, that's where we have probably the greatest differences of the lowest amount of people demanding or expressing a preference for full-time in-person, roughly 38%, with the others divided, as you can see there, between hybrid and remote. On a Spanish-speaking survey at the high school level, close to 50% of our Spanish-speaking families indicated a preference for continued remote learning, and then roughly a quarter apiece for full in-person versus a hybrid model. Part of what we also assessed that's important to have in the mix and making recommendations and evaluating possibilities is how is remote learning going for individuals? And part of what we saw back is a number of individuals, when you go beyond just what's your preference, but what are you likely to commit to, close to 42% in that question indicated that they would enroll at least one child in an online option if we had some in-person form of learning. And so that's just another important data point. One of the concerns is, are you going to have demands for in-person learning that outstrip your ability to staff it? Given this data and the data we'll turn to soon, we don't believe that's likely to happen. At the staffing levels, this data here is an aggregate on the left of all employee groups. So our administrators, our certified staff, and our classified staff. And in the aggregate, 44% of staff indicated that they would like to continue with remote learning. 26% would prefer a hybrid model, and roughly 30% said they would like to return to full-time in-person learning. I do have some more granular data about that as it relates to teachers in particular, because we need to have teachers who have willingness and interest in serving in person to provide that option meaningfully. So our certified numbers are classified, and administrators, roughly 35% of them had interest in continuing remote learning. The aggregate numbers is 44%. For certified only, 50% of our certified staff expressed a preference for remaining remote, 25% preferred a hybrid, 25% preferred full in-person. And there's variability in that data, especially between elementary and the secondary level. At elementary, about 36.5% of our educators said that they would like to stay remote, and 35% of them said they wanted to be full-time back in person, with 27% expressing a preference for hybrid. In contrast, at the middle school and high school level, roughly 55% at both levels express a preference for remote, and then differing levels of preference for hybrid and in-person. At middle school, 20% have preference for a hybrid. That's 27% in the high school data. So we see in that space preferences amongst our staff that lean more heavily toward staying in a remote setting amongst our certified staff. And then we took it the step further, saying, we recognize that you might have a preference in staying in a remote setting, but if we did some in-person, either full-time instruction or a hybrid, would you return and come back? And so you see the results here. This is, again, aggregate data across all employee groups. So roughly 17% said no, I would not come back for full in-person learning. And about 10% said no for the hybrid model. It's important to see where our certified staff stand on those issues as well. So I'll start with the hybrid, because a good bit of the concern that I had in first looking at middle school and high school were the 55% or so levels of preference for remote learning. When you ask, would you not come back for a hybrid? 12% of our high school staff said, no, I don't want to come back for a hybrid or in person. And at the middle school level, it's 13%. And then finally at elementary, it's 9% for a hybrid saying, I wouldn't come back to do that. In terms of full in person, the recommendation I have, as you know, is hybrid at the secondary level. So those 12 to 13% numbers are what I've been looking at. Elementary calls for a 5-day-a-week in-person approach, and the number of elementary educators that said they would not want to return in person in that model was 14%. So we're dealing with fairly similar numbers of 12 to 14%, according to this survey data, would say, I'm not coming for in-person and would need a remote assignment instead. And I think that bodes well in terms of our ability to staff the recommended approach that I've made, given that we have 30 to 40% of our families at all levels expressing a preference for online. So that's where we stand on the staffing levels piece. In terms of top 4 factors from families and staff, we asked people, what criteria would you weigh heaviest, and should we weigh heaviest in making decisions and recommendations for how to proceed? The number 1 factor from staff is safety protocols. And I've parenthetically noted in here that that favors remote learning. If you're at home all the time, as we were in the spring, the level of interactions and possible transmission is the lowest. And so remote learning from a safety protocol standpoint is the best. This factor, given what public health officials have said, is prudent, given what we're seeing with data. A lot of the reason why I've recommended a hybrid versus an in-person, there's a couple of factors. One is that, as you've seen from that data, we do have a higher rate of positive COVID transmission in Adams County in particular than we do elsewhere in the region. And the best way to minimize spread and transmission in a school setting, according to the public health experts, is to do a few things. One is that it's important to wear a mask in a consistent way. And one of the requirements that we'd have for in-person learning, and that we've had at learning pods and our summer childcare programs, is that students have to wear a mask and staff have to wear a mask throughout the day. We've found times to have mask breaks for students in learning pods and childcare. We would find those opportunities as we move forward to a different model after September 25th as well. But wearing a mask, number 1, it does seem to correlate very strongly in terms of the governor's statewide mask order and the significant declines in positive COVID cases that we've since seen from the last 4 to 5 weeks. The second thing that they believe is important is maximizing distancing. And so the more individuals that we have, number 1, choose remote learning, online learning as an ongoing option, you take what might be 30 kids in a worst case in an elementary class, and if you reduce that by roughly 9 students, you're down to 20. And so you're better able to have distancing. If you have 35 students in a middle or high school class, and 30% of them are in a remote setting, you take roughly 11 or 12 off of that 35, you're now down at 24. And if you split that group in half so that you have 12 or 13, you're much better able to have distancing of 6 feet or something even more generous than that. So from a safety protocol standpoint, a hybrid gives you that benefit as well. The third factor that public health officials speak about quite a bit is just reducing the number of individuals within a space in the aggregate. So if you have, instead of 2,500 students at a legacy high school in every day, and you have 30% of them, or roughly 750, who are in a fully remote setting, and then you split the remaining 1,750 into 2 spots, you've taken what was a 2,500 student per day high school environment, and you've now made it less than 900 per day. And so that too is a useful factor and one of the key considerations driving the recommendation. The other part of safety recommendations from public health that's really more neutral in terms of in-person versus hybrid, but can be influenced by density within classrooms is ventilation. The more you can exchange air within a space, the more likely it is that you're going to avoid infection, especially if you have appropriate distancing and mask wearing. And our model for learning pods and the way we would manage ventilation in the future is that we would increase our air exchanges by 50% compared to our past practice. The downside to that is it can be warmer on hot days and cooler on cold days than when we're doing fewer air exchanges and doing more to heat and cool the air. But the upside is that we're moving potential germs out of the space much more quickly. The second factor from staff is social emotional learning needs. In my judgment and in that of all the educators and parents that I've communicated with, there's no substitute for best meeting social emotional needs of students and connecting staff with students and students with one another than to have in-person opportunities to gather with one another. Third piece is quality of instruction. I've been pleased to see in the survey results so much feedback that the online learning experience has been better for many families, most families, than what they experienced in the spring. And there's a lot of optimism from both parents and staff who've communicated with me that with more time to refine online instruction, that it will get better still. That said, I think in all but a few circumstances, the quality of instruction that students will have in person will surpass that available in a fully remote learning setting. And then finally, the fourth factor from staff is this public health data. And as I said, under the CDPHE guidance, given that we're at level 2 within Safer at Home, it would support either remote, in-person, or a hybrid model. Under that, they've given discretion to local boards to make those judgments. On parents, you can see some different rankings in terms of priority social emotional learning needs. Number 1, quality of instruction number 2, safety protocols being number 3, and then consistency being number 4. And I've noted in there that consistency favors remote learning. One of the worries and fears that I think we all have, given how the virus has moved in unpredictable ways in the 5 months or so since the pandemic started. One is that after Memorial Day weekend and after the 4th of July holiday, we saw steady and significant increases in virus transmission. And there's been a lot of predictions moving forward as we get more into the late fall and winter season that there's going to be a higher prevalence of influenza, other illnesses, that there could be higher transmission of COVID. And so staying remote has the benefit that we might not be making any further transitions. With in-person opportunities, there is a possibility that if we return to the rates of transmission that we saw in late July and early August, that my recommendation would be that we return to the remote learning pod model that we've had in place. So the best way to have consistency and to minimize the disruptions that will come with in-person learning opportunities through quarantines when we have positive cases, the best way to avoid that and maintain consistency is with continued remote learning. Let's go on to the next slide. Learning pods have been a unique Adams 12 invention. It's received a lot of positive feedback at the state and national level. We've had some national media outlets reach out to us in recent days in the Federal Department of Education asking more about our learning pod work, and we're proud of it, and it's worked very well according to feedback from many of our families. So you see on here data about how many students we've served, about 3,800. Most of them at elementary, but also some meaningful numbers in middle and high school. As you see in the second bullet, we still have students on wait list, about 373 students that have interest in that opportunity and that we've not been able to accommodate, largely because we've had staffing shortfalls and having enough support staff and substitute guest teachers to staff up all of the classrooms that would allow us to meet that need. That number was once in excess of 800, and there have been some families that have moved from waitlist into a pod over the last week and a half, but still quite a number that we're not serving. 63% of our families have indicated that learning pods are going well or very well for them, which has been very positive news. I can't thank enough our support staff who stepped into those roles of staffing learning pods. We all know that those learning pods are staffed largely by our transportation staff, our bus drivers, and others, bus paraprofessionals. We've had others who are classroom paraprofessionals that have been actively involved in learning pods. Our before and after school staff, base staff have been active parts of learning pods, and a variety of other classified roles have all jumped in, gotten out of their normal job responsibilities and comfort zones, and have done a great job in supporting this. And one of the things I've heard today was information relayed to me from our elementary principals indicating that if the board approves a recommendation to come back full-time in person at elementary, they have strong interest in learning pod leaders and staff, helping students transition from learning pods into in-person and supporting other students who would come back to an in-person setting for the first time. And many of them have interest in supplementing the hours that they work as a bus driver or as a base employee and wanting to be ongoing supports, whether paraprofessionals, classroom monitors, lunch monitors, to help us provide support to students in an in-person setting. So that's been one of the really positive shining lights in this learning pod experience for us. We've also had specialized pods at 18 locations that serve about 128 students with significant special needs and or significant language development needs 5 days a week. So you can tell by those numbers that those are pretty small pods, maybe 6 students per. That just otherwise cannot make satisfactory progress academically in an in-person environment. And yet we know there's many other students and families who have interest in and would benefit from greater in-person instruction that could be offered. One of the things that I believe started today, there's a lot of dates that have blurred together in my mind, is that our high schools, our educators who work with significant needs students have said we want to provide in-person support and instruction to our kids, and we want to do it 4 days a week. And so that work started today, and we're grateful that we've had more opportunities to help students move forward with their learning. And then finally, at the high school level, we've had what we've called NICs, Need Internet Connection Groups or pods. And we had great hopes that we'd be able to serve a lot of students in that setting. The original number of students at Northglenn High School, for example, that expressed interest, I think was 253. And they fairly consistently averaged about 50. And at other high schools, they're averaging around 10 to 20 students on their highest attended days. So it's a service that we've wanted to provide. We've not had many students avail themselves of that throughout this first week and a half of school. Remote learning, this graph just shows that families have been very appreciative about the level of responsiveness of educators in this remote setting. There's often been frustration expressed by parents about technology challenges, technology not working well, kids getting either kicked off, not being able to see or hear the rest of the group, or not being able to figure out how to navigate their way through technology. And in the midst of all that, we've seen consistent levels of parents indicating that teachers have been extraordinarily responsive to helping them and their children work through what has in many cases been a very frustrating experience. And the level of appreciation has been most significant at the elementary level. So thank you very much, elementary teachers, for working with our students in what has proven to be challenging times for many families. Next slide. This talks more about some of the feedback we've received. So I've talked about some of the positive, that there's a high level of responsiveness, but in terms of concerns, connectivity is challenging. The more synchronous engagement you wish to have, whether it's through Zoom or Google Meet, and then you're trying to help a student use Schoology to access other curriculum, having those multiple platforms open on a Chromebook at the same time often just stretches the Chromebook beyond what it's able to support. And so connectivity has been a challenge for many families. A number of families have indicated that screen time has been a challenge, and that their students are spending far too much time in front of a screen compared to what they believe is appropriate for them. I would say on these first two issues, as we move forward, regardless of the decision the board makes, we have plans to make adjustments to the remote learning approach, especially at the elementary level. So in terms of connectivity, one of the things that can help that be better, and we've been talking with parents and staff about, is not having Schoology and Zoom open at the same time. That will, we believe, create fewer demands, especially Zoom and Google Meet, since they're two-way communications. They suck up a whole lot of capacity on a Chromebook. So that's guidance that I think is helping educators and students have fewer challenges in terms of staying connected. On screen time at the elementary level, we would plan to move to a space where we're doing 50-50 synchronous and asynchronous time, with the mornings being focused on synchronous instruction, afternoons being asynchronous. That will mitigate fairly significantly the amount of screen time that our students have. And we also believe that it would be helpful in terms of giving families some greater flexibility in the afternoon. We'd have a proposed recommended schedule for how to go about asynchronous learning in the afternoon, but there'd be a lot of flex to adjust that to family needs. So that's an improvement that would be forthcoming in the remote learning space. We have lots of students who have a tough time staying on task in an online only environment. Parents often say that I'm having to spend inordinate amounts of time supporting my child in learning and helping them with technology needs. And then if you have students in multiple grade levels, you may have a daily schedule where one child's having lunch at a different time than another, has a recess break at a different time than another, and just trying to manage the chaos of your home with 3 or more schedules potentially can be very challenging. And again, as we make some modifications to remote learning in the future, those are pieces that we would work to minimize and really try to have a consistent lunch period after the synchronous period of instruction in the morning. And we feel like that would go a long way in responding to the feedback that we've received. Next slide. So the recommended learning model. Let me talk more about this. I know there's a lot of questions. There's a whole lot of details, obviously, that aren't communicated in the slide deck. Some of them are things that we have good answers to, and others are ones that we need to work through in collaboration with educators, principals, support staff, and others. And so I'll do my best to paint this picture of how this would work. Our recommendation is that we bring elementary school back in person 5 days a week, and that we'd maintain classroom distances of at least 3 feet. We're pretty darn confident that given the number of students who have interest in a continued remote experience, and given the smaller class sizes that we're seeing throughout our system right now, I think there's a number of families who have elected to homeschool and might continue to elect that choice, or have pursued other ways of meeting their child's needs, that we have smaller class sizes. If we have 30% or so of those students who go into remote, we'll have much smaller class sizes that allow not only 3 feet distancing. In many cases, we believe we'd be at a 6-foot distance in our classrooms. The analysis that Margie Amon and our facilities team has done is that in a typical elementary classroom, you can have 3-foot distancing and have 25 students in the class. So we have a high level of optimism that we can have a physically distanced classroom at elementary with all kids back. Middle and high school, the hybrid model is what we have recommended here. And let me talk more about how we think this might work. There's a lot of pieces of this that we want to work through in greater depth with principals and educator partners, as we did with our onward committees this summer. But the way this could work is that you have students on either an A or a B schedule. You might assign them to A or B based upon their last name. And so you could have students A through L who are in group A and students M through Z who are in group B. And depending on which group you're in, you could be in person Thursday and Friday or in person Monday and Tuesday. The reason behind those days is that public health recommendations are that you quarantine in the event of a positive case, and depending upon the level of exposure that went on, all individuals who've been within a cohort with the infected person within the prior 48 hours. So if you've been in language arts class with Laura Mitchell, and then you go to math class, and then she goes on to all the rest of her classes, if she's around over the course of a typical week, 500 kids, your worst case is that you could need to quarantine all 500 of those students for a 14-day period. And so there's benefit in minimizing how many discrete individuals a student or staff member interacts with over a 48-hour period. And so with a Thursday, Friday, that group of students is having no in-person interaction if you're in group A with the students in group B. So you're not having to close down your whole high school, which has been a challenge that at least one of the large high schools in Arapahoe County has had to work through. So you avoid that. Likewise, if you're in the Monday, Tuesday group in person, you've had a weekend plus away and you've not had any interaction with that other cohort. So it just minimizes the risk of having to close down the entire school for a period of 2 weeks. The other benefit of a hybrid, as I've said, is that you can reduce down the class sizes significantly. You can spread students out quite a bit more, and that's a significant benefit. We want to do some more work with our faculty and our building leaders to determine whether we use a traditional 8-period schedule for the days that students are back, or do we use a block schedule instead, where you might have 2 or 3 blocks per day. And that's a discussion that we'll be having with those building leaders and staff members on Monday and perhaps beyond. And then the other part of this is, how do you manage in a way that's not overly burdensome and overly taxing to an educator student learning on the asynchronous days? Because this model contemplates that if you're the language arts teacher, you're teaching in person 4 days of the week to these split up groups. It contemplates on Wednesday, you're bringing your whole class together through synchronous learning and connection and checking in. And then on the asynchronous days, we're looking for the best ways to minimize the demands upon educators. And there's a couple of ways to do that. The 2 most commonly discussed ways that have been bantered about in the last several days. The first is to say, students, I'm going to give you assignments on Florida Virtual Academy on your asynchronous days. You're at an age and a level of independence that you can do that work independently. If you get stuck, since I'm working with other students while you're doing your work independently during the school day, reach out to other students for help, reach out to others who can help you answer questions if you have pressing needs or issues in front of you. And in that model, the demands can be fairly measured. You give students their assignments on their asynchronous days, and you're not expected to be actively engaging with students on those days. The challenge that has occurred in some other districts that have done hybrid models, Douglas County being an example, where I have potentially a future son-in-law who's an educator in Douglas County, and then we have others who have spouses who are educators in Douglas County. One of the challenges that can happen on the asynchronous days is that you can have lots of student communication through email during the course of the day or after hours, and feel this pressure to be dealing with email and serving the asynchronous kids late into the evening, and then you're back in the saddle the next day. And one of the commitments that I would have, and I believe our entire learning services team has, is that we want to have appropriate boundaries on what expectations students and families might have of educators. They cannot responsibly teach 5 days a week to a group of students in front of them, and then be dealing with all kinds of emails and instructional requests after hours at the same time. So that's one way of doing it, is say Florida virtual. We're going to give you things that you can work through independently. We'll check in with you on our in-person days, whether they're physically in person or synchronous remote days. And we'll check about where everybody's at, what the material we've just covered, and we'll prepare students for the week ahead and how they might use these asynchronous tools in a way that isn't confusing and allows students to work independently and productively. The other approach that some districts have taken in this space is to do either live streaming of instruction, and there's likely some of that that we would do in this environment. I'll talk more about that in a minute. Or you might do a video recording of your in-person instruction and then put it in a Dropbox and have students who aren't with you in person that day watch that video during their asynchronous time at home. And that too reduces quite a bit of the burden of teachers trying to be in both spaces of supporting in-person and remote learning. We look forward to this dialogue with our educators, especially those at the secondary level, to figure out which of those is the best way, what kind of flexibility might our educators want to have in terms of choosing their approach. But we're very much committed to not overburdening our staff in this model. I also talked about live streaming, and there could be times where there's a case, you may have like an AP class, say AP Japanese. And so you might have some students who want it in person and some students who want to stay in a remote setting, and you only have one educator to teach it, and you don't have enough capacity to have that educator be in both places. One of the ways to meet the needs of students in both spaces is to live stream that course, so that if you're the student who wants a remote only experience for that course or courses, you'd be able to tune in live and see the instruction in live time. So it's those kinds of details that we have to work through. To the extent that causes angst to board members or staff, I get it. I'd also share with you that there were so many unfinished details that we had to work through and collaboratively decide with learning pods, and so much of the work we've done in the last 6 months. So where we stand in terms of preparation and unresolved details is not different than where we stood with learning pods and a lot of the work that we've done in the past. Preschool, the recommendation that I had made is that preschool would follow its current hybrid model of working with students in person twice a week. I learned late this afternoon that some of our preschool educators have interest in exploring with their colleagues whether they would have a greater level of in-person instruction with students that would align with elementary schools. And our typical preschool model is to have 4 days of in-person instruction at preschool. And so my understanding is that one or more of our certified preschool educators has sent out a survey to their colleagues to get feedback about that. We've seen quite a number of concerns from preschool educators over the last few weeks about having in-person contact with students, and we've not wanted to add additional angst, but we will be interested to see what the interests are of that group as they complete the survey and get that information back. So it's possible, depending on what we see there and depending on what we see from parents, that we could expand the level of in-person preschool instruction from the 2 days per week. I would say it's not a data point in the slides that the greatest level of parent interest for in-person instructions at preschool. 50% of our parents said that's what we would prefer to have. And you can imagine young kids, the younger they are, the tougher online and attention spans become. So not a surprise. And then this final point, a full-time remote learning option would remain available for families who prefer that model based upon their needs or preferences. I've talked a little bit already about some of the modifications we'd make to remote learning in terms of 50% synchronous, asynchronous at the elementary level, more consistent schedules for things like lunch breaks and breaks away period, and some of the tips and improvements we've suggested out to staff to minimize connectivity challenges. The other thing that I need to acknowledge in this space and frankly about this entire recommendation is that this process of allowing people to choose to stay in a remote learning setting or to transition into full in-person or hybrid will likely cause many of our students to have different educators than they currently have. There might be some students that if I'm in Miss Lori's third grade class and she becomes the third grade online teacher at my school, and I want online instruction for my child, that I keep Miss Lori. But oftentimes what you'll see is maybe 3 kids in Miss Lori's class 1 online at third grade, 6 kids in Miss Laura's class 1 it, 10 kids in Miss Jamie's class does. And so we have to pick one of those teachers to be the online instructor and then assign those students over into that class. And so there would be some disruptions to educator relationships. That's certainly not ideal. It's not unprecedented. Each year we go through a process from mid-August through the end of September where we look at hot spots around class size and cold spots. And we often move educators as late September or October from one setting where they have few students to a setting where the class sizes are too large. That's not something that we cherish doing. We try to minimize it as much as possible, but it is something that happens in most years. It's happened this year. We've started to move from a number of buildings, educators who are in very thinly enrolled sections, largely at kindergarten and first grade, into assignments elsewhere in the system where we have class sizes that exceed the guidelines that we have in place. There would be a whole lot more of those transitions going on, not just at elementary, but at middle school and high school, and going down this path. And so everyone needs to be mindful about that downside out there. One of the common questions I get is, can I stay with my teacher? Maybe not. In many cases, not. Can I stay with a teacher at my school? We feel like in the vast majority of cases, that's going to be a yes. And part of that is influenced by what we hear from other districts who've gone down a similar path. It feels like there can be variability. In one neighboring school district, at one elementary school, you might have 80% of the kids wanting an in-person experience. At another school, you might have 50%. We'll see some of that variation in the system too. But so long as you're having fairly significant numbers in that 20% level or so saying, I want remote, the ability to match kids together at that school and assign a teacher from that school has been pretty high in other school districts that have gone down a similar path. So we're hopeful about that. Next steps, if the board approves this recommendation, is that we would need to be making some assignments of students and staff, and we would want to start bringing students and staff back September 28th to get oriented to the in-person setting for those who are going to either be in person at elementary, middle, or high. And then we'd be ready to bring full in-person instruction starting October 1st for students at all 3 levels. There's some survey data that we need to gather to make those matches. And so without trying to place the board in a difficult, tricky box, there's significant need if we're going to move forward with these timelines for the board to take some action tonight so we can get a survey out tomorrow to staff and to parents to get commitments about which of the opportunities they'd like to pursue. And then we can start doing a lot of building-based, grade level by grade level, content by content area, matching and scheduling work, which is ambitious. It will require people to work very hard, but we also believe that we're going to be able to do that. Part of what might be on your mind is why this time frame? Should we wait for later? I've received that question from a number of individuals, including some principals today. There's a number of variables or factors related to the timing of this. One is the possibility that I've raised before, that either because of the Labor Day holiday or because of getting deeper into the fall and winter season, that the incidence of COVID increases and that we find ourselves back at a level like what we faced in late July and being in a spot where I would recommend a return to remote learning. And so I feel like time is precious. Predicting the future has proven very difficult for public health individuals and for superintendents over the last couple of months. But for those who started in person, like Westminster Public Schools, Mapleton, 27J earlier than we might, a lot of the interest was to say, we've got to have kids in person as early as we possibly can, because if we don't do it early, the risk of not being able to have any in-person contact at all grows to be greater. So one of my interests is in maximizing in-person time if we make this transition. I have a strong interest in not whipsawing kids, families, and staff around. I've heard some superintendents throughout the state and national level talk about having multiple stages of how you go about learning and flexing and transitioning from one to the other every week to 2 weeks as the virus evolves and its rates evolve. I just think that's unmanageable for families and staff and for our students. Ideally, I would like our students to be in this new model for the rest of the school year. It may not work out that way, but the closer we are to 30 days plus of being in person so that you're used to it, you're humming along and doing well, I think the better off we are. So one is trying to maximize in-person time for students and staff who have that interest. A second interest is in meeting parent expectations and meeting parent expectations in a way that aligns with what is happening in some neighboring communities. So you're aware that in-person learning has been provided in Mapleton and Westminster Public Schools from the get-go. 27J has done in-person consistently at elementary and a hybrid at the secondary level since they started the year, with a remote option in addition to. Boulder Valley, I believe, is going to start some in-person learning at the K1 and 2 levels in late September. St. Vrain and the media reports indicate that they're likely to announce on September 21st that they'll move to a hybrid model. And so all around us are districts that are either currently or soon plan to be in-person settings to some degree. And I worry that we'll have an even greater number of parents potentially make choices to send their children elsewhere if we're not providing in-person opportunities. And then the final part of this, why around the timing, is that if some students join us who currently have not been enrolled or participating in our schooling, if they join us now, we'll be able to include them in the count submitted to the CDE and receive funding for serving them the rest of the year. If we don't start until after October 1st, under the current rules, we won't be able to count those students. We've heard from a number of our principals that they have high numbers of families in a number of communities who say, I'm currently at a charter school, I'm currently homeschooling or private schooling in some other format through like a learning pod, or enrolled in person in another district. But if Adams 12 offers in-person schooling, I will return. And that's a factor that I just think we need to be mindful about too. The most recent enrollment data that we have is that we're down about 650 students system-wide. Most all of those are at the elementary level. Not all of those 650 students are going to be students who would come back and enroll if we offer some in-person learning, but we might bring back several hundred potentially. I also fear that as we start to withdraw students who aren't currently attending, especially at the secondary level and especially at the high school level, that 650 student deficit could increase to 1,000 students or more. And when you look at roughly $7,900 per student in funding, if we're down 1,000 students, that's close to $8 million in a revenue shortfall. So my driver isn't led by chasing money, but I think one of the timing implications is that if we don't start at the time frame that I've recommended, the ability to bring a number of students back and receive funding to support their education will be lost. So I just wanted to highlight that piece. All right, Trace, thanks for sticking with me. Next slide, cohorts. In terms of safety, we feel like one of the ways to minimize the risk of spread and the risk of quarantine is to keep small groups of students together as much as possible. So at elementary, we would look to have a classroom group, Mr. Phil's third grade would stay together for instruction. They would go to lunch together. If there was another third grade classroom present, they would be at least 12 feet away, consistent with public health guidance. And they often might rotate. Some days third grade would eat lunch in their classroom. Maybe the next week they eat outside. Several or most of the days of the week, they might go to the library. We would rotate where kids are able to have lunch so they're not stuck in their classroom all day long. And so that we're not supersizing the number of kids who are in cafeteria spaces. We want to minimize that. We also have a lot more flexibility through some federal waivers of food programs to allow kids to do grab and go meal opportunities, both for breakfast and lunch, and to find a place that works well for them. We would have the 3 foot of physical distance or more between students. I've talked about how we feel like that's feasible. Specials would be on a wheel schedule most likely. And by a wheel schedule, that means that instead of going over the course of your week or 2 weeks to art, music, and PE, and maybe a technology class, instead you'd have, if you're a kindergartner, maybe kindergarten and first grade have PE for 6 weeks, and then they're off to art from there, and then they're off to music from there. The reason behind that, and there are some downsides, there are courses like physical education that we want to reinforce that activity and movement should be a daily part of your life. And when you're not able to touch and connect with your kids each day, you lose some of the ability to reinforce that and to make that happen. The upside is that you don't have a specials teacher who's working with all of the students in person. And if that individual becomes sick or one of their students becomes sick, you're then placing most, if not all, of the school in quarantine. And so that's some of the thinking behind that approach. And in special populations, we would continue to have specialists, whether you're an occupational therapist, a speech therapist, other people like interventionists, come in and work with those students in person. Public health has said that there's a lot of necessity to have those kinds of in-person supports for students. It does create a larger cohort that might need to be quarantined, but they still feel like that's a reasonable and prudent way of proceeding. Next slide. Middle school and high school, I've talked already quite a bit about this and how that might work. Beyond what I've shared before, we would be socially distancing hallways, lunchrooms, and classrooms for those students too. And we've got all kinds of signage and arrows in our schools about where students should travel and how they do that to minimize interactions and spread. We'd have the same sort of expectations about having distancing in our lunchrooms. One of the unresolved questions is, should we have closed campus for 9th graders? Or should we have open campus, allowing students to go off site for lunch? Public health has grappled with this issue for a variety of districts. The earliest one they grappled with it with was Cherry Creek. And what they recognize is that serving all of your students lunch in your cafeteria setting is not feasible given the size of cafeterias and the amount of space you have in your kitchens. They're not built and equipped, nor are they sized to serve 2,500 students at a legacy high school or 2,000 at Horizon. And so they've been okay in a variety of communities on allowing students to leave campus, recognizing that Phil Spare may go with a group of kids that's outside of his typical coursework cohort. They feel like the reality is that many students after the school day are likely interacting with students outside of their cohort as well, and on weekends and on other occasions, and that this is a place that giving some grace and not letting perfect be the enemy of good is an appropriate and responsible public health strategy. But we still need to figure out with 9th graders if we want to have some greater control over them. That's one of the issues that educators and principals will be talking through in the next couple of days to decide. Next slide. K-8 schools. Elementary follows, the elementary component of a K-8 would be like our elementary schools with 5 days in person. And then the middle school students at grades 6 through 8 would be in the 2 days per week. And there's two drivers behind that. One is that we want to have consistency and equity between our middle schoolers attending K-8s and students attending traditional middle schools. And so having all of them on a similar schedule of 2 days in person meets that interest. The other benefit is that at a number of our K-8 schools, we expect that interest for in-person schooling will be significant at places like Holstrom and Thunder Vista and STEM Lab. And we might not be able to maintain appropriate distancing between kids given the rate of in-person interest we anticipate. And so following this combo approach of elementary and middle school model in K-8s, we feel like is the best path forward. Next slide. High school, I have talked about that. One of our interests as I talk about high school, middle school age kids in K-8s is that we'd like to find ways to have kids across schools and levels be on the same schedule. So that if you're Blake Godowski, Michaela Godowski, one's at middle school, one's at high school, that you're either in person if you choose that option Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday, and you don't have families that one of your kids has Monday, Tuesday in person, and one or more of your children has Thursday, Friday. And so we'll need to do some setting of that definition in a consistent way throughout the system to minimize challenges for families. And sometimes that's imperfect. Sometimes 50% of your kids are A through L at one school, and another place it takes you through M or N to get to that spot. And so we might have some imperfections in terms of the number of kids that come with that, but having consistency for families is a very strong interest that we have. Next slide. So staffing implications and next steps. We would like to send out a learning model selection form to families tomorrow and give them through probably Monday evening to make a choice. That is a tight turn, and yet we've seen very rapid response from families when we've administered our 2 prior surveys, the one in July and the one more recently. It's important to get those commitments within that time frame so that we can then, as we do the same work with our staff, start to match staff with interest in supporting students in a remote setting with parents who have that interest and build out the in-person schedules as well. And as I said, it will be ambitious, but we really do believe we could be in a spot of having orientation September 28th through 30th. One piece that I don't think I see, yep, Jamie, do you have a question?
I do have a question. In this particular space, it's probably much more critical to get as much response from our families as possible versus, 30 to 35% in some of these survey cases.
Right.
Do you kind of have a plan for what that looks like, how we're interacting with families that we're potentially not hearing back from, what we're doing for families that we don't get responses from?
So our plan is to do a full court press with all the support staff and administrative staff that we can muster at each school to make phone calls to families. We know, I alluded to it before, Spanish-speaking families in particular often respond less frequently to written communication. And so we will be making extensive phone calls with all of the staff starting tomorrow if this plan is approved to encourage participation. And it may be that the way you complete the survey isn't online, it's by phone, and you're talking to the parent and entering their choices as you go. So that's our primary strategy. The plan is that if we haven't heard from parents as of the close of business on Monday, we'd make an assumption that they would have interest in person. We can always adjust that later, but that way we're not putting them in the other spot and potentially it feels like the demand is likely to be greater for some in-person schooling, and we want to err on that side if we've not heard from somebody, and still clean up data and continue to phone call people till we can get definitive answers about preferences. What else was I going to say? There are a couple other thoughts coming through my head on this piece. One piece I haven't talked about is BASE and learning pods. Some questions about that. Learning pods would cease if this recommendation is adopted. We just wouldn't have enough space and enough staff to maintain learning pods. So important to clarify that. We would be able to return before and after school services for students on on a fee basis. We expect that we'd have smaller numbers, just given the number of families who'd express interest in online. We'd expect that your universe of potentially interested parties will be smaller. We would have different cohorts for students in base. You'd become your own cohort compared to your classroom cohort. So if you're in third grade, your base group could be other third graders in Miss Jamie's class, Miss Kathy's class, Mr. Brian's class. And so you have a different cohort there, but we wouldn't have kids running amok all throughout base and having the cohort be 100 kids. And so we would try to manage that in ways that we have smaller cohorts in base too, but they would be different cohorts than the students in during the course of the day. And for some parents, that might have a bearing upon whether they want to do base or not. So we anticipate smaller numbers, but we believe it's an important service to be able to provide to students. There's one other thought that I wanted to share as I was looking at this information, and it's eluding me for now. Tracy, do you want to move to the next slide, or is that I can't remember. Okay. Talked about, I think, the issues in here. One of the pieces that we'll be working with in this problem-solving collaborative team with educators and principals is this last bullet. If we have the situation where there's more staff demand for a remote assignment than we have need for those assignments, we would need to have criteria about who do we select for that role and who do we ask to be in person. Frankly, what we've heard from a lot of other districts that have had online and in-person options is that they've struggled to have enough people to support the remote learning piece on the educator side. And so in a couple districts, they've actually hired educators from outside of Colorado to support online learning because they've otherwise struggled to have enough supply of that. But we'll need to have some criteria that if we have more interest one way or the other, how do we prioritize who gets which assignments? And we hope to have that nailed down on Monday. Miss Laura?
Well, and that's one of my questions, and I feel in our short time frame that we're asking parents to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
I think for a lot of parents, that's a pretty important decision maker.
Mm-hmm.
That if you told me that it wasn't going to be an Adams 12 teacher teaching my child, I would probably most definitely make a different decision. And that goes to the quality and the caliber of the educators we have in our district. So I guess, and that just goes to the bigger picture of one of the things that's in my mind is without knowing some of those things about where our staff's going to be and where our staff, how that balance is going to come out as a parent, I feel like you're sort of making a decision without some of the information that you might need. And you did talk about some of the things that, that we've raised, which is the flexibility to remote into classes, so not knowing that, my kid would not be denied an opportunity to be in a class that might be very specialized or, or a low number of teachers that could teach that class. So I think those are things that that it's certain, I think some of the data that people need is different at different levels, and making sure that we feel like that we've given our parents all that information or some kind of assurances around some of that to make those decisions.
Yeah. In terms of what you've just shared, Laura, the one commitment that I can make is that we won't use non-Adams 12 educators to support students in remote learning. I'm optimistic, confident. Some of the districts that I have in mind, I'm not going to name districts here, their circumstances are different than what I anticipate here. I think the most analogous district to where we stand and where we're likely to head is 27J. And they've been able to have adequate numbers of their educators support students in a remote environment with reasonable class size ratios to boot. And so I'm confident that we won't be having any non-Adams 12 educators, but the one unresolved piece that would happen in the selection process or commitment process is who exactly will be your teacher. We won't know until we go through that matching exercise. And so there is that uncertainty that I just don't believe we can avoid. And it's tricky. I think one of the challenges just to talk about on that piece is you have to pick a path on that piece when you make your decision back in late July. And we picked a path in late July of having everyone start remote. There are a couple of reasons behind that. One is that some parents said, I can't really make a decision now about what I might want September 25th and making a decision on September 11th because I don't know what the virus is going to be doing. And that's going to be important to me. So I need to wait. Don't make me make a choice now. And the second piece is I don't know how online learning is going to go. And at least if I have a week or 2 weeks under my belt, I feel like I can make a more informed decision. I think the other third piece that factored into that was a belief, given all the public health guidance from the governor, state epidemiologist, and others, that things were not going to get any better, most likely, come this time frame. And that's been a fairly significant change to what we anticipated. So we went down this path of everyone starting together, getting connected with not only a teacher, but with their grade level, their school community, doing some back to school nights. That was an important interest, allowing people to make informed decisions as opposed to feeling like, gosh, this is way too early. Don't make me do it. Because of that, we are now faced with this thing that you start to have some relationships forming that might be disrupted. And that's a downside. There's people who will put lipstick on that and say the nice part about it is that kids will have more than one adult potentially in their school or their grade level that they've got relationships with. And I think that's true, but there's still legitimate concern that I think parents and we all share about having disruption in some of those relationships.
Director Goldstein had a question as well.
Thank you.
Not so much a question, but more of a comment. I just, one of the biggest stressors that has come my way is I don't want to go back to in-person, but it seems, I just want to reinforce, it seems like we'll be able to accommodate everybody who wants to be remote to ease that angst for them as far as educators.
Yeah, the simple math that I'm doing, and there are some educators who feel like, gosh, you've asked me a question and you framed it in a way that I don't like, or that I don't feel like can be free to be honest, or you're kind of putting me into a corner. That's not been the vast majority of the communication I've had. Most people have said, you've asked me for my preference, and then you've asked a more direct question about, will you come back or not if it's in person? And so assuming that data that we have stays similar as we do intent forms, we've got 12 to 14% of our staff, 12% of elementary if it's full-time, I think is a number, it's somewhere in 12 to 14 across all levels, whether you're asked to come back 5 days a week or the 2 days a week in the hybrid, that are saying, I don't want to be back in person. And we're seeing 30 to 40% of parents, and in some schools, our Spanish-speaking parents, when you ask them the follow-up question, 70% of them indicate that they would have one or more children that they'd want in online. I just see parent demand for online that's more than 2 times the amount of staff who say they're unwilling to do in person. So I think we can match those 2 groups and be in a spot of accommodating interest on both sides. There's some uncertainty that as we go through the next round, there might be differences. I feel a high degree of confidence, given what I've seen, that the 30% or so number from parents is likely to stick. And if that's the case, I would be surprised if we have across our system a number of educators who demand an online assignment that exceeds that.
Director Betts had a question.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the urgency. And you've answered some of the questions I've had coming into this, but then I'm sure there's even more questions that have yet to be asked. And that's just not from the board here, but from the public, and in order for them to make a proper decision on what they want to do. Is there or will there be a medium that they can send in questions and have them answered so that the populace of our district can actually read and obtain answers to make the proper decision within the time frame that you're looking for them to answer?
Yeah, great question, Brian. So what we've done at earlier stages and that we'll do after tonight, regardless of what decision's made, we're going to have to do some communicating, and whatever the decision is, we're going to have a lot of questions that come. We've committed a lot of resources that if we see frequently asked questions emerge, that we start to post those out in public ways that people can have access to. There's times we can push those things out more proactively so that things that become fairly significant themes, we're getting information out so that people can make informed choices. All right, Ms. Tracy, can you take us to next slide? And then one of the things that I think is important to say again is when it comes to my approach in the 11 years that I've been here, data and evidence are just consistently important ways of trying to make decisions. Doesn't mean that I always make the best ones. There's lots of data and evidence in a lot of decision making in a lot of contexts, including law, that you can have everyone agree on what the facts are, and the evidence can be stipulated to, and people can reach very different conclusions about what you should do, who should win or lose the court case, or what you should do in a decision like this based upon the same facts and data. But looking at facts and data will continue to be my preferred approach for making recommendations to you and decisions about how we serve students. And I do believe, based on that facts and data, that if we see changes for the worse that emerge and are sustained, the case rates of more than 175 per 100,000, a test positivity rate of greater than 10%, or material and significant disruption in instruction caused by absenteeism or frequent and large quarantines, that we need to respond to that data and go back to remote learning with learning pods in place. And I also believe that there's a place well short of the CDPHE guidance of 350 cases per 100,000 or a positivity rate of 15% or higher, where I would also pull the plug on things like learning pods and in-person support instruction to special needs and second language learner students. So I would continue to look at data. One of my ask, if you do approve this recommendation, is that you also consider giving me the authority to make some changes without convening the board. Potentially, there's just some things that can happen very quickly in this space. It certainly did back in March. And if we saw circumstances like that emerge so that we can maintain safety of our staff and students, I might be in a spot of needing to make a decision within hours or days, and it might not work well in terms of convening the board. I'd certainly want to communicate with you what I'm seeing, what I'm recommending, get your advice and guidance in ways that comply with the Sunshine Act and all of the rules. But there might be times that making a quick adjustment without a board meeting would be a helpful authority to have. And the final thing I will say, given a text from my wife that I just saw, is I talked about a potential future son-in-law. I'll just remove the potential part. Tim, we can't wait to welcome you into the family. If you're out there listening, have full confidence that this is going to come together next July. So with that, there's probably a whole lot of other unanswered questions that you or others have. I'm happy to address them. And there might be some further things I can share given comments and questions that come up from the public tonight.
Any other questions from board members? Which was first? I didn't see whose hand. All right, Director Mitchell.
Oh, I'll be polite and do this the right way. Sorry, I jumped in a minute ago. So if I understand middle school and high school, what we're defining as a cohort is all the kids that are on an A day and all the kids that are on a B day. So there's really two cohorts, but through contact tracing, you're going to identify the kids that were in close proximity to someone who might. I'm trying to understand that better. There's not a ton of.
So not necessarily true.
Okay.
So you could have an A and B cohort or grouping, and at the middle school level, we use cores. So you might have 3 different cores at the 6th grade level, and you split each of those cores in half, and then our intention at this juncture is to keep that core together, whether it's a block or a traditional schedule. So if you had an incident of a positive case, instead of taking all of the A group out, you might just take 6th grade core in the Socrates group, and the other 2 could continue on. So that's a possibility. At high school, there's also potential ramifications depending on whether you do block schedules or traditional schedules. And that's a decision point that we need to work through and we'll have sorted out early next week. If you do a block schedule, what we had contemplated through much of July before the virus worsened is having students have 2 blocks per day. And so you might have a 2.5-hour block of math in the morning and do a 2.5-hour block of mathematics in the afternoon, 2 different classes on Tuesday, Wednesday, 2 different classes at a later point in time. And so that approach of having kids come every day of the week, other than Wednesday, and spreading their 8 classes across Monday through Friday would obviously change with a Tuesday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday schedule. But blocks are a way, kind of similar to cores at the high school level, that you can minimize the number of contacts a student has with discrete individuals and minimize how many students who would be out. So you wouldn't have to send the entire A group out, even with an entire, within a single grade level, depending on how you manage that scheduling piece.
Thank you.
That.
We are getting requests that if you're asking a question to turn on your camera, and we'll go to blocks. So, and headphones.
Is it my turn?
Lori and then Director Batts.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, good. So some of these questions, I understand if you don't have answers, but what I ask is that they be considered at some point for a discussion when you guys start problem solving. So I did hear from several folks that they were worried about air exchange, and you did mention air exchange. So can the air exchange be regulated in all the buildings?
Yes, we have different types of air handling systems, HVAC systems between buildings. The most sophisticated technology that we have is at Future Forward Washington Square. And there is technology there that is the best. And then we have other levels of managing. There's different filters you can put in. And we're actually doing a pilot at one of our elementary schools where we're testing out 3 different technologies and measuring air particle counts in those classrooms to see which is the best path forward to scale where we can. Not every HVAC system in our district can be retrofitted to allow an electrostatic filter, which is, I think, the correct term to be used. But if that proves to be highly effective in reducing particle counts, we would place those everywhere that we can. We believe even if we're not able to do that everywhere with the air exchanges that we have and the equipment we have in place, that we will be able to circulate air at this 50% greater level everywhere. The one downside that we can't avoid in doing that is just the temperature. We will have cooler and warmer classrooms, but we will have lots of air circulating all throughout the system.
Okay, good. Another question that was pushed forward was if you're teaching a small class, say ELL or say a learning, kids with learning disabilities, how will they be affected by the cohorts? Will they be even smaller, or will they be lumped together?
Can you repeat that, Lori?
Yes. So small classes that are typically smaller than the average class, like ELL, pull-out ELL, or classes for kids with learning disabilities. Will they also be smaller, or will they be lumped together in cohorts?
Yeah, frankly, that's a question that I haven't had posed yet. I know that Mila Shepard and a number of other folks are listening in, Priscilla Strawn. I would add that to our list of things to work through in that small group, and to just see what educators and principals feel like is the best way to meet student needs.
Okay. And then up to now, the kids have pretty much been one-to-one devices. Will they keep those devices if they go back to in-person learning, or will they turn them in? Will they need to use school devices or?
Yeah, we're going to allow all of our students to keep their devices that they've received from the district, regardless of the model they choose. Obviously, in hybrid and fully remote, you need that device. But even for in-person, we see benefit at elementary if a student had that option selected and having that device to engage in learning after hours. If you had a snow day, you might be able to do some productive things. So we don't plan to take devices back. It also equips kids that if we have that really quick transition back to remote learning that I've mentioned, depending on data, that you don't have all this logistical headache of trying to get kids their devices back.
I guess as a mom, I would wonder if they could just leave them at home instead of schlepping them every day.
Yep. Yeah, I think there's probably a lot of people with that same interest in terms of not forgetting, not damaging, leaving them at home could be the best plan.
And then my last question that I have has to do with teacher evaluation. Since the 50% based on assessment has been pulled back for the year, is there going to be guidance given to evaluators on how to navigate that? Because some teachers have a concern that this is a very subjective part of evaluation and sometimes feel like they're being targeted during this process.
Sure. Yeah, we have a standing committee called APEX that consists of educators, principals, HR staff, and they work together to find thoughtful ways, fair ways, reasonable ways to conduct evaluation. We found a really thoughtful solution in the spring in this collaborative dialogue between DTA leadership and learning services leadership. So I'm confident that APEX will find the most fair and reasonable way that we can to conduct the professional practice as part of evaluation, whether you're fully remote, in a hybrid, or in a different stance at the elementary level, as well as all the special services providers who are involved in serving our kids.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
And I've asked it before, but I'm going to ask it on the record because it's come up too. What's going to be the accountability to making sure that kids do wear masks?
Yeah, we will have very strict expectations for students to wear a mask, and we will enforce them. You've seen in some other districts that when students choose not to wear a mask after having a warning and then a conversation with the parent, that the student's no longer given the opportunity to attend in person. And we would expect to implement similar rules here. It's imperative to do that, both for the safety of our staff, the safety of students, and frankly, to continue this positive trend in decreasing the cases that I think has been very much correlated with mask utilization in our state.
Thank you.
Director Batts.
You know, there's like I said, that long list of questions that continues to elude me, and I was hoping that I might be able to submit them at one particular juncture. But one thing that I think that I'd like to talk about right now is what will be the process to screen in and out and during, things like that. I mean, there's a lot of different variancing stuff, and you don't need to go in the detail, but I was wondering if there's a pamphlet, a booklet, or an information site that has been generated or will be generated indicating here are the procedures for the different types of schools and how they will be handled, for instance, on the temperature checks coming in, or in that regard for colder, as we get into these different climate times, it's going to affect their, like even for myself, if you're really used to being cold, you go into a warm environment, you start to perspire, you might actually get a false positive, on a temperature
Sure.
reading. You just don't know.
So a few things there, Brian. We do have a guide that was developed this summer, the Onward Guide of Safety Protocols and Procedures. That's pretty lengthy. We do have that out there. Our principals are familiar with its contents, in part to support some of the limited in-person learning pod and specialized instruction that's gone on. They will dig deeper into that along with their staff and teams and communicate out with parents about that. So we have that as a foundation. The second piece is that starting yesterday, we've launched an application that's on people's cell phones for staff to complete a daily symptom checker. Do you have a headache? Do you have a fever? Do you have things? We trust staff to self-report and to do that accurately. We'll see if the version that we're using now is the right one to continue to use for staff and to scale to students, but we're doing that. And if that one doesn't work, we have an alternative application that we would ask students and staff to complete each day. And then the key thing beyond just asking people to give you honest responses to how they're feeling and what symptoms they may have is taking temperatures. And we've done temperature taking in person at learning pods, and that's our plan in terms of in-person environments moving forward, is to have student temperatures be taken as they show up at the building. We would do that indoors because I think part of what we've seen is if it's a really cold or a really hot day, you can get some false readings if you do it outdoors. And so as kids are coming into the school building and checking in through the various dispersed entrances in the school, we'd have a staff member who can take their temperature. If someone proves to have an elevated one, we'd send them to the quarantine room in the school. So in terms of some of the most basic safety pieces, those are often the pieces that people are most interested in. There's a whole lot of cleaning supplies, hand sanitizer stations throughout schools, some things we apply to surfaces that make them resistant to bacteria and viruses for an extended period of time, that we apply to desks and tables and areas and restrooms. So we've done a lot of those things to make it as safe an environment as we possibly can.
Director Mitchell.
So I have 3 questions, but I might do a Laurie and say, well, I've got one more. But one of the questions I had was around transportation. Have we finalized sort of where we are on that, how much we can provide, who might qualify, how that might work?
So part of the inquiry that we'll be doing Friday through Monday is asking people for transportation preferences. Under the public health guidance, you can have 1 student per seat. There are some districts that have sought variances. That's not something that I would plan to recommend that we do at this juncture. And so our bus capacity is quite a bit lower. What we've learned from other districts is that in many places, parents have indicated that they'd rather self-transport their child and not have another cohort situation develop and another risk of transmission be provided. And so reliance on transportation in many communities is lower. And that's true not just in more affluent parts. There are some other districts serving largely high poverty families where some of the survey data I recall them sharing out was only 16% of parents said they wanted or needed transportation. They felt like they could find other means, even though it might be inconvenient, to minimize risk. So we'll be asking people their preferences. There have been some districts that have had to curtail transportation given what they see back in those responses. There are some districts, for example, that are not providing high school transportation at this juncture just because they don't have enough buses and enough drivers with fewer kids that you can transport to make it work. We're hopeful that's not the case, but that's really another piece that's going to turn on what the survey results tell us.
And with our elementary schools, I guess a lot of kids live in such close proximity. Maybe we don't have a lot of busing in the elementary. That's, 5 days a week,
right?
Maybe 2/3 of the school. So just we've thought about what this traffic may impact with delivery of kids and how we might time arrival of students and that sort of thing with the increased traffic.
Yeah, one of the silver linings to the extent we're thinking about that issue, given enrollment patterns in our district and in the broader metro area over the last 5 to 10 years, our schools have shrunk a lot of elementary compared to where they were before. So when I started in this role 11 years ago, we had a lot of schools that were 600 to 800 at the elementary level. We may have 2 now. It used to be that if you were sub 500, you were a small school, and some would be suggesting that we should consider a closure dialogue. Now most of our schools are sub 500. And so we have much smaller schools than we used to. That helps with traffic. And then if you have 30% of those students potentially choosing a different option, that should mitigate, even with more people self-transporting, some of the traffic challenges that we would expect.
Okay, that was a part B for number 1.
Oh,
So my next question is about our continuing ed classes. And I know we're doing some of that now, but I wasn't really sure how much was in person and how much, is there anything going on in person, and how we're going to incorporate some of that into what we're doing, and how kids might get transported, what their options may be.
So another great question. Right now at our CTE sites, the dedicated sites outside of CTE provided at our comprehensive high schools, students at Bowman and Washington Square have been receiving instruction online. And that's a fine way to start in CTE, to review safety protocols around working in a mechanic shop or a wood shop or a lot of other settings. But we know that as we finish September, get into October, for those students to stay on track in earning certifications and getting concurrent enrollment through organizations like Front Range, that they need to have in-person touch. Given dialogue that we've had with Marv Lewis and Janet Rendon, we believe that their staff is strongly supportive of returning in person and providing in-person instruction to students as opposed to doing a hybrid. And so that would start in the same time frame. It's possible, depending on how big of a challenge transportation is or isn't for students, that we could start a little bit sooner with those students to maximize their in-person practice and training. But at minimum, we believe at this juncture, given an update I had this afternoon, that all of our CTE will be in person starting on or around October 1st.
And how would that impact cohorts with their neighborhood high school or their assigned high school?
Yeah, it creates imperfections in that. There may also be a greater number of those students who, because they're doing CTE in person and other things in their schedule aren't fitting neatly, that they might do other parts of their core instruction through online means.
Perfect.
What we hear from our students is that for those who have that interest, their priority is doing in-person CTE practice and training. And our educators and building leaders have had dialogue with lots of kids, and we are hearing a lot of support for, if I have to do some online stuff with my school, I'm happy to do that if I can do CTE in person.
Perfect. And then just the last question I had, the governor just talked about a new app that we're introducing in Colorado, and with so much time in Virginia this summer, I know they've used it there, and he mentioned that it had been used in Virginia. And what the app does is you enable it on your phone, and it sort of tracks any cell phones that you spend more time with. Have you guys heard about that? Are you looking at that as a way of maybe tracking and reducing the contact tracing manually that might be required? Privacy issues, any?
Yeah, I'm looking at Mr. Spare. We have had some discussions about this topic, and he may have the most recent information about that. COVID Check Colorado, that does the free biweekly testing of our staff, also offers some apps. One is a symptom checker, tell me if you have a headache, all that. And then there's another service that they offer that does what you say, that if you've been within 6 feet of somebody who tests positive, that you can get an alert. I think how some people initially reacted or thought about that is, gosh, if Chris tests positive and he's walking down the hall, is everything going to start beeping so that everyone knows that Chris is the person who's been tested positive, and would we have a big privacy concern? I don't know that that's the way that it's structured. So that's more like within a certain time frame, you've been within 6 feet of some person who's tested COVID. It's not like it's lighting up right in the moment as you walk by the person who's tested positive. I think there's still some development of that application through COVID Check Colorado that's going on, and some testing and further digging. The last I heard about it that we wanted to do. Phil may have more information or he may not. I'll just give him a chance. And if you do have more information, Phil, feel free to share.
I don't have much more information. but I do know that if anyone was asked if they wanted to participate in that type of app, it would be voluntary, and we've had no discussions of making that mandatory as a prerequisite to attending school.
Okay. That was my turn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Goldstein?
Gotta get all dialed in here. I came up with another question. So you're going to elementary school, K through 5, and everybody's converging on the school to go to school that day. And it's only half the kids. But what kind of systems are in place to make sure that kids coming into school are socially distanced to get into the school? And I've seen it with the pods. You pull up, take your temperature, and you get out and you go in. What's the plan for all in person?
So a couple of things there. One is to have separate entrances based upon your classroom assignment or your grade level so that we're not channeling everyone through the same place. The other idea that we want to explore more in this Monday committee discussion is more of a soft start, not that extends the school day. That might shrink some of the instructional time that we have for students. But if we can do that, you have fewer bottlenecks and kids who are supposed to be 3 feet or 6 feet or further apart outside who just kind of inadvertently start becoming a pack that you're trying to shoo away. And so we feel like if we have a soft start, we can have smaller numbers of kids over a longer period of time, be distanced, do temperature checks, get in their classroom. Maybe little Susie gets there 5 or 10 minutes before class starts. They can do some reading or do some things to prepare. So we want to discuss that with educators and principals further, but that's an idea that we feel like is really helpful in terms of managing that risk.
Director Batts.
Okay, and this will be, I think, my last question for a bit. So there are some who are doing like I think what they call the Florida virtual. Is that right? And being that the choices that they have to go through, and my question really is, if they're involved with a particular curriculum and then they go to choose to be on site, to go to the hybrid model, or can they choose also to be online and remain in their current curriculum that they're in? I mean, that's kind of one of those mainstays of I've heard and read through a lot of emails and so on about consistency. People are just starting to get, clicking it and, getting it right. And people are creating that relationship with their students and so on. And then to switch it up all of a sudden kind of throws everybody for a dizzy.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. So a lot of possibilities when it comes to how this could work out around curriculum. Florida Virtual Academy was purchased with the intention of supporting students who would elect a fully online experience. And so we would continue, if you're one of the 30% of students who make that choice, Florida Virtual would be the mechanism of accessing that curriculum. And so we would continue down that very same pathway. If you're in a hybrid environment and you're at the middle school level, for example, it may be that instead of using Florida Virtual for some parts of the curriculum, you might choose a different resource. The tough thing about Florida Virtual is you can't buy a la carte stuff. It's like you buy the suite and here it is, and you can't say, no thanks, I'll pass on your social studies module or your science module or pick a different kind of module from a different vendor. You're buying the whole shoot and match. And there are places that I've heard, middle school being an example, that they're saying last year, we adopted the Discovery Education online curriculum for science and social studies. And we feel like it's a heck of a lot better than what we see in Florida Virtual. And so there could be, in middle and high school, I'm aware of those 2 specific examples at middle school. I'm sure there are others beyond, that if there's a different resource that you'd want to direct your kids to on their asynchronous days in a hybrid, you may not be directing them to Florida Virtual. I could be the Century Social Studies teacher and say, all right, little Susie, I want you to access Discovery Education and do this assignment, this assignment. You might have Florida Virtual stuff that you're accessing for language arts and math. So I think there could be variability in those hybrid middle and high school settings where you're not using Florida Virtual Academy stuff all the way through on asynchronous days. And then elementary, I've heard some discussion about interest from lots of our educators to use more robustly in that consistent 5-day in-person role. The guaranteed and viable curriculum around things like literacy and mathematics that's been developed. And then there's more discussion that will certainly need to be had. Maybe they would have some students still using Florida Virtual Academy work for something like science while the kid's in person, because that may not be a place. They may see benefits in that curriculum and that kids have already started it, that allowing us to continue to use Florida Virtual for kids in person to support that niche of their learning may be the best plan. We need to have more dialogue with teachers and principals to nail that down. So the one thing I can tell you for certain, Florida Virtual would remain the platform for the curriculum for students in a remote setting. For some who have singleton classes like an AP Japanese, AP this or that, we will work to provide live streaming and opportunities for them to access curriculum, so that if you make that choice, you've got a health issue yourself or someone in your household does, that you can access that. And then I think there's potentially some mix and match of Florida Virtual, especially at middle and high school in the hybrid scenario.
I know we've been at this for a while, but I have a couple questions.
Sure. I still have some energy in the
All
tank.
right.
So.
Well, good. Very good. So my first question, I'll just piggyback on what you just said when you talked about the Japanese question, the odd one out question. We've kind of dealt with it in the student realm, that the student, if they want to be remote, they could access. What if a teacher of that subject wants to teach remotely? Would there be a possibility, especially since there's some days where you're doing asynchronous learning anyway, for teachers that teach odd subjects to teach remotely and have students access that class on an odd day?
Answer is yes.
Okay. Because I think, you know, from the feedback that we've received from most teachers, it is about, will I have that opportunity to teach remotely if I choose, and if I didn't get that health, you know, go ahead. So I think there's lots of fear. So I think having that kind of option is really nice. And I think there's opportunity to be able to do that if you've got, you know, you just kind of flip it and say, you know, this is your remote teacher. So on the odd day. So that's pretty cool. I think that's great.
And the other thing I would expand on briefly there, I think there's also a possibility. I mean, this is a big complex system. We've got some major logistics that we're going to be barreling through in the next 2 weeks if you say yes tonight. But there's possibility too that you could have a person who teaches more of a narrow singleton at their school. It may not be a narrow singleton where this is the only Japanese course in the district. I mean, that really is like as narrow as it gets. But maybe you teach something like AP computer science, I'm just making something up, that maybe there's just one teacher who teaches one section of that at their school. It could be that we form a cohort of kids in a remote setting where that instructor, either through live streaming or through a remote instruction approach, serves kids from 2 or 3 different high schools. If that's what it takes so that we can provide that opportunity to kids and also be responsive to staff needs and illness issues and the rest, that's a possibility that we would do. I think those are fairly infrequent situations, but there may be situations where the staffing availability and the need of kids requires some combos like that.
My next question is, so let's say that we have the situation where we have to pivot back to remote. So I'm assuming that these teachers would be the ones that stick back into the remote session. We wouldn't revert back to what, you know, is that what would happen? That if we have to go back to remote, you would just go to remote with these teachers and this structure?
That's correct. Yeah, we don't want to be doing musical chairs again.
Okay,
Nope.
just checking. People are wondering about consistency. That's what I thought.
And
And then-
ideally, you know, we could have some staff change. We always do during the course of the year, but ideally we'd have the same learning pod people coming back and serving the same students who were in learning pods before, and the same special needs students working with the same staff members as they were during this stage if we have to go back. We want to have as much continuity as we can.
Great. And then I will make this my final question. What is the time frame for the choice? Is it until the semester? Where will there be another choice option at the semester for both teachers and students? Or how do you think of that working?
Yeah, we're looking at commitments through the semester.
Okay, great. Yes, Director Mitchell.
I guess along those lines, it reminded me, when we're talking about transitioning September 28th, I've seen inquiries from teachers and parents about kids are going to be switching teachers and how coursework up to date, and because that is in the middle of a grading period, I think, for most, how that transition might be accomplished without losing the work that they've done and transitioning to a new teacher. Has much discussion gone on with that yet, or?
Yeah, we'll add that to the Mila Priscilla list for the small group. I think that's a good issue that I've not heard thorough discussion about so far. It does just raise one other piece I've not shared before. One of the ideas that we're also going to discuss with that group is the possibility of modifying the calendar. Right now, we're set to have some in-service days in conjunction with parent-teacher conferences in like mid-October. And we feel like there's two benefits in potentially moving those days into September 24th and 25th instead. One is that we give teachers more time to do transitions. So it could be things like little Susie's coming from Miss Lori to Mr. Chris, and let's transfer grade information and things like that. You can also get in your classroom, set it up, having more time before kids start to come with you on the 28th. We feel like could be helpful. The other benefit of making that kind of change is that we don't have kids coming back in person and then within the first week or so having 2 or 3 days out for in-service time for staff. So that's one of the ideas that a teacher leader has brought forward that I think has a lot of merit to it. We want to discuss it with a broader group, but that would be a way to help manage that issue in a more thoughtful way.
Okay, I think I appreciate all the questions, and I know there are more. We could probably ask questions all night, and but I think it's time to take our break and then open it up for public comment, so we give folks a time to make themselves heard, and because we do want to hear from people, and then we can ask questions after, before we do board comments, and decide if we'll take action this evening. So I'm going to have, what do you say, till 9:30? We'll come back at 9:30 and begin public comment. Hey, should I go ahead and welcome everybody and then?
Jorge, can you hear me now? Okay, we need to continue in case anybody decides to start in again. Thank you.
All right, I want to welcome everybody back and thank you for your patience in waiting for public comment time. The purpose, I hope that you recognize that board members really have a lot of questions, and we're trying to reflect some of the questions that we received from you all in your email communications with us. So we know that that process took a little while, but we did try and ask as many questions as we could. So in advance of public comment, some of the things that we know you're concerned about have been answered. And now we are very much looking forward to hearing your comments. I do want to let you know that ahead of this meeting, we received 396 emails. So we've had a lot of comment ahead of tonight, and we have 48 people signed up to give public comment. So we expect that to take about 90 to 100 minutes. And I will turn it over to Francis Collins, who will give us the instructions.
Okay, is that better? Okay, thank you. Good evening. As Kathy, as Director Plomer just indicated, we have 48 people who have signed up to speak tonight. They will be admitted in groups of 3 to 5. And as Roddy already let folks know through the chat, please remain muted when you are brought into the meeting and wait for your name or phone number to be called for you to speak. Each person has 2 minutes. At the end of this time, I will let you know that your time has expired, and then you will be removed from the meeting. If you're having trouble with your audio connecting, please consider calling in via the phone number that was sent in the email earlier this afternoon. We have had a couple of folks that have signed up multiple times. Public comment does provide 1 2-minute opportunity per person to speak. So we will only be admitting folks once into the chat room, or excuse me, into the meeting to speak. Please state your name and your city of residence when you begin speaking. Roddy, would you go ahead and call the first speaker, please?
Christopher Wyrick, you have the.
Hi there, board. My name is Chris Wyrick. I'm actually in Thornton, Colorado, and I am actually working at a peak site right now in a learning pod. But I have a couple of questions about the plan that we're about to possibly be doing. So with peak and base, how is transportation going to be working after that is my first question. And then I have one more.
Okay, sir, the board will not be responding to questions during public comment. So if you could please make your full comment and questions, and then we'll move forward.
Okay, well, that was kind of what the comment was, is like, I know that we have transportation going, but how is that going to work? So that, I don't know how to word that as a comment. And then I know that there's going to be cohorts for how those going to work. Again, I don't know how to do that as a comment, but I'm trying to figure out how we're supposed to be like doing those things.
Chris, this is Chris Gadowski. Thanks for that question. My ask is that you email Pat Hamilton, our Chief Operating Officer. He just texted me and he'd be happy to respond to your question. So if you can do that, we'll be able to get you some really good information back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Kadowski, one question for you. Will that be, those types of questions be part of that frequently asked question document that we are putting together? Would he be able to look there potentially? Thank you.
Next
Thank
person
you.
ready?
Next person is Doug McClurg.
My name is Doug McClurg. I live in Westminster. I'm proposing that you reconsider sending students back to in-person learning this semester and wait till at least January with the semester change. There are a lot of reasons I think we shouldn't be returning in person yet, including health and kids as carriers of COVID. But the strongest and most pertinent to waiting is the change is too soon for our education system to handle. Our schools and teachers adopted to online learning imperfectly, but also impressively. Currently, kids have a routine, clear expectations, and have built relationships with teachers. The teachers have learned new technology and ways to engage. My wife is a high school teacher in Adams 12. The proposed hybrid model will double the lesson planning work for working in both environments with this new synchronous, asynchronous, and in-person learning. She already works up to 70 hours a week, and dumping this on teachers right now is unacceptable. I wouldn't disparage teachers ever, but the truth is that changing to a hybrid model in October does not give time for schools, teachers to plan and train. This is not an argument for the benefit of the teachers. It matters for all of us. If we want our kids to receive valuable education, we have to give time to the education system to adapt. Sending them back now will have them in person at risk, and many will have different teachers, and they will be in classes that are not prepared to deal with a whole new learning model again. I propose you work with the school timeline and change that semester. This gives teachers time to plan and adapt, gives a clear transition time where credits and curriculum can change without disrupting more learning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The next person is Michael Mikado.
Good evening to the board and Superintendent Gadowski. My name is Michael Machado. I'm a social studies teacher in the district and a resident of Northglen. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to the learning model being recommended by the superintendent. The reason for my opposition is simple. It's just not safe to go back yet, not for students, staff, or the community at large. Without meaning to denigrate the safety protocols in place, all the plexiglass and Lysol in the world will not make it safe to breathe recycled air in an enclosed space for an extended period of time. This virus is airborne. Clean surfaces are important, but simply do not address the primary method of transmission. And in response to the superintendent's comments tonight on this matter, I'd counter that there are serious equity implications inherent to the infrastructure variance to which he alluded. Each year when we conduct our signs of suicide training, I try to leave my students with one lasting message. Almost everything in life that ails us can be fixed, whether it's abuse, bullying, or mental health issues, but we can't fix dead, and those are the stakes. 200,000 Americans have lost their lives to this virus. Forecasting indicates that by 2021, more than twice that number will have died. There are no good choices here. I firmly believe that the superintendent and the board are doing their best with the hand they've been dealt in attempting to balance the needs and desires of a diverse community. And I know exactly how hard remote learning is on all of us. In spite of that, it remains the only safe option, and the safety of our community must remain the paramount consideration. Please heed the cautionary tale of various schools and universities across the nation that have opened too soon and paid a steep price. A few short miles to the south at Heritage High School, they adopted a hybrid model not dissimilar to the one being recommended for our older students. 2 positive tests later, over 100 staff and students had to quarantine, forcing a switch back to remote learning. Let's be candid. It is not a question of if, it is a question of when. People will get sick and will be forced back to a remote setting anyway, causing further disruption and inconsistency for our students. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to reject this recommendation and remain in a remote setting until it's safe to return. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Next is Lori Finnegan.
Lori, you're muted.
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Great. My name is Lori Finnegan, and I live in Frederick, Colorado. I am a former Adams 12 school social worker, and my husband is currently an Adams 12 teacher. There are 2 main issues I'd like to address. First, the COVID case data within the Adams 12 district boundaries, and second, equity issues related to the proposed learning model. First, Superintendent Gadowski is correct. We're in a much different place than we were in July. However, I respectfully disagree that we are at a place where we can responsibly provide in-person education to our students. Within district boundaries, the incidence rate over 14 days is 10 times higher than the incidence rate within Adams County, which is already at a very high risk level. Within district boundaries, the incidence rate is more than 1,000 cases per 100,000 people. Anything more than 100 cases per 100,000 people is considered high risk. In addition, the positivity rate within district boundaries is at 9%, which is 3% higher than the county-wide rate. Also, the Tri-County Health Department has released neighborhood-specific COVID case data, which indicates that the neighborhoods with more low-income households and more Hispanic and Latinx families are experiencing twice as many COVID cases, despite having close to 10,000 fewer residents. These demographic differences within neighborhoods that we serve are important, especially when we factor in the lower survey response rate that Superintendent Gadowski mentioned earlier among Spanish-speaking households. Second, the equity issues related to the elimination of learning pods. I think this is an important equity issue, and I haven't heard it mentioned at all in the last 2.5 hours, so I'm curious. From what I understand, by eliminating learning pods, the district will essentially eliminate the remote learning option for families who do not have adult supervision at home during the school day. It might also result in the elimination of nutrition services for many of our students. And I think this will disproportionately impact our low income and Spanish speaking households. As Superintendent Gadowski already mentioned, Adams 12 has been praised for the implementation of learning pods. So just in conclusion, we cannot base our decisions on the needs of our most privileged community members. We must keep the needs of our most vulnerable community members in the forefront of our minds. I urge the district to explore less extreme measures prior to considering a return to in-person schooling. And I also urge the district to spend more time carefully considering the implications for all of our families, not just our most privileged families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Finnegan.
Next public speaker is Tessa Kransky.
Hi, thanks for holding this and for allowing for the public comment. My name is Tessa Kransky, and I live in Boulder, Colorado. I'm a school psychologist in the preschool program. So I wanted to just make a couple of comments that are a little bit more specific to preschool. We have been involved in a hybrid model for the last 2.5 weeks. And I feel like we've learned a couple of lessons that I just wanted to share. As we were talking, as the presentation was going on today, it seems evident that many people feel that social emotional learning and development is of very high importance. And I think that there's no place where social emotional development happens more than, or is more important than in preschool. And so I appreciate that Superintendent Gadowski did reflect that in the learning model reports, but I was disappointed that I did not see the disaggregated data to show how preschool staff were responding, as well as elementary, middle, and high school. So I'd just like to request that that be taken into consideration, perhaps in the future. What we've found is that the staff safety or perceptions of safety has been an issue. I've heard a lot of data about the physical health. I haven't heard much about the mental health, and I can speak to what I can anecdotally speak to is the mental health of our staff in preschool. Many staff feel kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place of perhaps not being able to, knowing it's maybe best for students to come back in person, but also feeling like they have a health risk. So with that, I think we're seeing what I would consider kind of a trauma response where we're not thinking super rationally. So while I'm a person who loves data, I don't know how many people who are in this mindset are attaching to that data. So I would just ask that the board take these, the mental health of staff and what their needs might be, and any additional supports that would come into discussions in the future, taking that into consideration, because the mental health of our staff is directly related to the social emotional development of our students. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Our next public speaker is Amber Garay.
Hi, can you see and hear me? My name is Amber. Perfect. My name's Amber Gerace, and I'm from Thornton, Colorado. I'm a mother of a kindergartner and a severe special needs third grader in Adams 12 school. I want to address the lack of accommodations for my special needs son, as well as the turmoil my kindergarten daughter is facing due to the length of time for classes. The AAP states 4 hours of screen time for this age group is on the longer side with the learning modules. If we continue with remote learning, I think half-day kinder should be implemented. And for my son, who has a severe disability, he has regressed since the spring, and that's a huge, huge problem for me. The teachers are trying their best to accommodate, but it's not working. A mother who was also in the SSN group cried in a group session because of the difficulties. I asked for a pod, but was told the school could not meet his needs, and I had no further communication. Why was ESY permitted face-to-face, but now it's not, even though this population is asking for it and needs it? These children should not have the interaction because they need it to succeed. Chief Justice Roberts of the Supreme Court said doing the bare minimal is not enough. How are parents like me, who have multiple children who need one-on-one accommodations, able to give them their fair and equitable schooling they deserve? I can't help my son and my daughter at the same time, which means one goes without and they're given demerits for it. I urge Adams 12 to go back to face-to-face in-person learning or a hybrid model, so our children, not only mine, but others in these types of situations, especially those in SSN classrooms and who have disabilities and who need this interaction, can succeed and learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Our next public speaker is Michael Windham.
There we go. Hey, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Michael Wyndham. I live in Lafayette, Colorado, but I'm a middle school music teacher in the district. I'm starting a timer for myself because last public comment I went over, so I'm trying to keep on time. I heard a lot of folks address concerns around health and safety. And while I made the space to make public comment tonight to address the concerns of colleagues of mine who have reached out to me to ask that I speak on their behalf, I am not an epidemiologist. I'm not an expert in public health. If you are seeing data and that seems like it is acceptable to go forward as a hybrid model, I am not an expert and can't argue with that. I do have some questions around, we talked about elementary specialist teachers, also secondary electives teachers and special services providers that have contact with more than just a small cohort of students. Is it the expectation that they're going to have contact with hundreds of kids over the course of the week? Is that going to cross-contaminate cohorts? Even if the specials are on a wheel in the elementary school level, if you see one class of each grade level, that's still 125 to 150 students with only 25 students at a class. With electives with specialized programs or teachers that are the only content teacher in their building. I know there was some talk given to this, but will teachers have to choose between teaching their content or teaching online versus in person? Will certain contents have to go away? What happens if a class size does exceed the ability to socially distance? I know that we're hoping that that happens, but what happens if it doesn't? Will there be equitable steps taken to ensure that that is happening with kids moving between classes? We've talked about the sustainability of the hybrid model on teachers. I have a colleague in Jeffco who talked about this model as being, writing really detailed subplans and then coming in to teach each and every day. So really, this plan ultimately presents more questions for me than we have answers. And that's my time. I just feel like we have so many questions in a short amount of time to turn it around. And I worry about the ability to do that safely and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your questions.
Our next public speaker is Alden Harris.
Alden may be muted or unable to connect.
Alden's microphone is showing that it is on, or it is muted. I don't know if they're there. Moving from Alden, we're going to go to, it is muted.
Hello? Did you say Paula? No, this was Alden. Did you say Paula?
Moving from Alden,
Hello? Hello? Did you say Paula? Paula, you have the background going, or it sounds like you're watching it on YouTube. Could you please mute that other computer that you're watching on? We're getting some feedback. And no, it was not you that was called at this point. Roddy, who was the next person that you had called, I believe?
After Alden is Caitlin McClure.
Hi, my name is Caitlin McClurg and I live in Westminster. I am currently in 8th grade at Silver Hills Middle School. I want to let you know that I am grateful that you have allowed me to stay home where I can be safe. I am what you would probably call a normal 8th grader. I miss my friends, and I think remote learning was a struggle to start, and I'm tired of computers. What I don't think you may have heard is some of the positives. I still interact with my teachers and classmates. I am more focused during class time. I get my work done, and I feel like I'm learning new things well. It scares me that I might be forced to go back to school where I don't feel safe, and my asthma puts me at higher risk than others. I don't understand why we have something that is working, and you may be choosing to throw it all in the air again. Regarding the proposed hybrid model, I wanted to let you know that Wednesdays used to be my favorite, but now I really dislike Wednesdays. Right now, my teachers are available all day to help with any issues or questions I have, and Wednesdays still stress me out. If my teachers are teaching during asynchronous days, they will not be able to help in a timely manner, which will cause even more stress on us. I would ask that you let us finish the semester online, and after that, give us the option to continue remotely where I feel safe and have been successful. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you very much for speaking with us tonight. We appreciate your feedback.
Just a quick word for speakers. If you are watching the meeting on YouTube, when you come up to speak, if you could please turn the volume down on your other device. That way we won't get the feedback and we'll be able to hear you better. Thank you. Roddy?
Our next public speaker, let's try Aiden Carr.
Greetings. My name is Aiden Carr. I am from Thornton, and I'm currently a freshman at Mountain Range High School. I just want to say that I absolutely love the plan that Superintendent Chris Godowski's that he's proposed. It sucks that middle school and high school students cannot go back right now, but if we were to go back right now, everything would be very chaotic and dangerous. However, I still would eventually like to return to full-time in-person learning for middle and high school students. Not this semester, but preferably next semester. It would be nice to return to full-time in-person learning next semester when the awful year of 2020 is done for, and hopefully the COVID cases would have hopefully decreased by then. We all want everything to return to normal, and unfortunately, full-time in-person for all students is just not possible right now. This plan is the best that we can do right now, but I and many other middle and high school students would still like to return to in-person learning at some point, just not right now. The safety of everybody is and still will always be a number one priority. So I'd recommend the Board of Education to approve this plan, as this is the best solution to return to in-person learning for middle and high school students to at least for some degree. However, next semester, I would strongly suggest that middle and high school students go back to full-time when COVID levels will hopefully have decreased. Stay safe out there and have a great night, everybody.
Thank you, Aiden, for your comments.
Our next public speaker is Beth Stambler.
Hi, thank you for having this time for everybody to do public comment. My name is Beth Stambler and I'm from Thornton. I currently have a kindergartner. It's our first kiddo to go to school. She's been going to preschool, but it's her first big kid school. So of course, this is fun that we all get to go through this now. We've been doing the remote learning. She's always been super excited about school, always loved school. However, this has been a big struggle for her, which we expected it would be. She loves her teacher and she loves doing the things. The biggest problem we've discovered is the length of time. She's 5, and a lot of the kindergartners are 5, maybe 6. We have a small Facebook group of parents in the neighborhood. All of our kids go to our close elementary school. I don't know if we're allowed to say that or not, but we go to a close elementary school here in the district. And we've been coordinating with each other. 3 of them have already pulled their kids from school just because of the schedule. We don't want to send our kids as our choice back into class, which I love the fact that we can still have that remote option. My big stress is that we really need to have that modified, especially for kinders. I'm not sure how a first grader does it with it at all, but she just can't do a full day. She just can't. She's done by like lunch and then it's meltdowns. We cry every night about it. Sorry. She's just going through a lot of emotional struggles with it, as am I, and that's stupid, sorry. But we're just really struggling because it shouldn't be this hard. So that's the biggest problem I think is that we're having, is that I don't want it to be so traumatic for her that it turns her off completely. And I'm just right to that point where I'm just going to pull her all together from school because it's just not worth this for her. So I love what the teachers are trying to do. I love what you guys are trying to do and trying to make it work for such an enormous amount of people with such a random situation. But all I ask is that if we could just reconsider the length of time for a kindergartner in remote learning. That's all I ask. But thank you. And thank you for all that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we know this is really hard and we appreciate your honesty and obvious what you're trying to do for your kindergartner. So thank you for speaking to us.
Our next public comment is Dan.
Hi, my name is Dan Smith. I live in Westminster. I have 2 children at Legacy High School. One is a senior. He loves remote learning, obviously, because he has 1 foot out the door anyway, and it's a way to be an independent adult. The freshman, though, is struggling because for him, it kind of feels like the way 8th grade ended. I do appreciate the in-person options you put forth from the superintendent. As an essential worker, since this began in March, I know that there are ways for us to meet in person safely and effectively. One comment on the hybrid, I did like the thought where you said on the days where they're not in class, they can at least get a live video, just because I think what we've struggled with is the asynchronous Wednesdays, just because, and attendance, I've heard a lot of people complain about it. There's been a lot of attendance issues with that, where I obviously see my child sitting there trying to work and turn stuff in, and then we get a notification, we got to make a phone call. So feels like there's some ways to improve that there. But I know some have expressed concern about the in-person option, but fortunately this recommendation does maintain that options. So those folks who are not comfortable still have that, and I appreciate that. And I would just ask the board that you support this recommendation from the superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next public commenter is Paula Skinzier.
Paula, you're the next speaker. You're muted still?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Paula Skinger. I live in Thornton and I teach math at Horizon High School. These are the concerns that I have. Many teachers, students, and I really want to teach and learn in person, but not at the expense of unnecessarily exposing ourselves to COVID. Even though we have seen data showing that the growth rate of positive cases has decreased. When, not if, someone tests positive, there will again be a loss of valuable instructional and learning time due to quarantine procedures. Then we're right back to where we started and having to spend time transitioning again. And very important to note that many students in special education, as evidenced by Amber, talking about her son, they do not adapt well to change, and they are a very special population to consider in any decision made. Students currently see their teachers 4 days per week and for 30 minutes on Wednesdays. In this model, students will only see their teachers 2 full days per week and Wednesdays, and although it provides important in-person learning, it greatly decreases the amount of curriculum students will access. The cohort who is not attending in person will have no access to their teachers on those days because their teachers will be otherwise occupied teaching the other cohort. And no matter what structure is set to keep from overburdening teachers, this teacher knows that it won't matter. We're here for our kids and we will not be able to ignore their emails on their asynchronous days because we don't want to fail them. Families and staff in our communities have finally found some structure in their households with the current model, and we now have procedures in place for Wednesdays. Now all that will change. This model demands that many of us will have to once again change our established structures to accommodate yet another schedule. And again, during that orientation time, more instructional time will be lost. As mentioned in the board's questions, there's a very real concern about the amount of curriculum we're able to cover. Other districts use the model, are only expecting to get through half of their curriculum. And is this now what our district expects of us? Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Thank you. And thanks for your patience in waiting to get on.
Our next public commenter is Bobby Bastian.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Bastian. I live in Thornton, Colorado, and I want to thank you all for your time tonight. I'd like to address some of the policies and procedures that are going to be put in place around COVID-19. Given how certain district mandates have been implemented very different across the district in the past, for example, standards-based grading, and given how we know that not everyone reads and interprets policy the same way, how will the district ensure that the safety policies and procedures related to COVID are consistently followed throughout the district by staff and students? Are there going to be consistent consequences for violations of policies, or is the enforcement going to be left up to every individual high school building and building in general? I'm in a building that has students from 5 comprehensive high schools, an alternative high school, and a charter school. What each building in the system does has an impact on me and my students because they come from across the entire district. I am one of the staff members who did request accommodations Because I have a family member who has multiple factors that puts them at high risk, having lost one parent just over a year ago, I don't want to have to live with the guilt of being the cause of the death of another because of the way the district policy is or is not adhered to. Safety is a major concern for me. And so my biggest thing is whatever we do, can we please make sure that everyone is on the same page and everyone has the same understanding of what the policy is. You know, I don't have an issue going back, but I want to make sure that the policies are clear and they are consistent throughout the entire system. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Bobby.
Our next public commenter is Stephanie.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Stephanie. I live in Thornton. I am a mother of two, one of which goes to Adams 12. He is a special needs student, severe special needs, nonverbal. Since spring, I had a full-time job. I was able to go through, I was part of the essential workers, and I was able to work through spring. My son does not sit at a computer. He is significantly regressed. He's a very smart boy, but this remote learning does absolutely nothing for him. My daughter is in Westminster Public Schools, and she's been going to school since day one. It's been, I believe, 2 weeks, 3 weeks now, and she's doing great. I speak to the principal there, like they're doing great. All I ask is if my son cannot go back to in school, that there is a different something that happens because he cannot focus. I literally spend my entire day forcing him to sit at a computer. And if this continues, he's going to absolutely hate learning. He's not going to want to learn. And when school does go back, he's not going to want to be there. I fear that the regression will be mental with him. Besides, it'll affect his learning, and that's what it's on the path of right now. I love his teachers, his paras, anything everybody's doing is they're doing great, and I understand this is a hard time. All I ask is something change, like these other parents are talking, the amount of time they're on a computer, or if they're going to school, I want him to be healthy. One thing is my son refuses to wear a mask. So that's kind of the question I have. How is he supposed to learn in person? And he completely refuses to wear a mask. He doesn't even like that we wear masks. So that's kind of a question I have.
Stephanie,
Really,
thank you, but your
that's it.
time has concluded.
Thank you so much. And I think we'll have some answers for the special needs students that can't wear masks. There's some special guidance.
Our next public commenter is Heather Shank.
Hi there. My name is Heather Shank. I live in Thornton. Thank you to all of you for your service. I really appreciate everything you guys do. I have just a couple of points. First, as the only teacher in my school that teaches the subject that I teach, I don't quite understand how I actually have a choice to go remote or not. I worry about my students not having their teacher if I'm not there. And I also worry about kids that take remote. How are they going to do with electives? And then just a little anecdote, and it hits close to home. So forgive me if there's some tears. Douglas County Schools went back in person right before we started remote. My sister works at one of these schools. Right now, 13 staff members from her school are out in quarantine waiting for test results. 120 students are also quarantined. They don't have subs to cover their classes. I literally don't know what's going on there. My sister doesn't know because she's at home with her husband. They're both quarantined with symptoms, waiting for their COVID tests also. She's my only family. It's scary, it's personal. This is real to me now. We also invested a ton of time and money in all this curriculum and remote, all the remote stuff we're doing. Please let us continue to stay safe and continue to keep us in a remote environment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. And thanks for sharing your story.
Our next public commenter is Mr. Rothschild.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Thomas Rothschadel. I live in Broomfield. I'm a math teacher at Legacy High School, and I just wanted to come on and speak briefly against the proposed hybrid model for high school. Here's what a day for me would look like under that model. Of course, I would come in and I would plan for and teach a full course load of classes and everything that goes with that. And then on top of that, I would be managing the asynchronous online learning environment. And to do that effectively, there's a lot of things that go into that. You've got to create content, or at the very least, carefully curate the content that you're presenting to students. You've got to upload, organize that content, assign it. You've got to monitor student compliance with what you're asking them to do, monitor their performance, provide meaningful performance feedback and remediation where necessary, and of course, the endless technical support. So what I predict will happen is that those asynchronous days are going to be of very little actual educational value. And I don't think that the solutions to that issue that were proposed earlier in the meeting, like a live stream or recorded recording of a class that you did, is going to work very well. I just don't think that those things are going to be very engaging for students who are sitting at home. And once again, it'd be a lot of extra steps to monitor that they're even engaging with those things. So I think it's a bit of an over-engineered solution to a difficult problem, but I prefer a simpler solution of just giving families a choice, giving teachers a choice of fully online, fully in person. I think I can deliver a great educational experience to students online, or I can do it in person, but I'm just not going to be able to do both. It's just not feasible. So thank you for your time. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Our next public commenter is James Boone.
James Boone, are you with us?
James Boone is phoning in from a phone number.
Can we go to a next speaker until he connects, Roddy?
Our next public speaker is Jessica Feldpush.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I am. My name is Jessica. I live in Westminster, and I have a first grader and I have a preschooler. The preschooler is not with Adams 12. And I just want to say that I feel like there's not been a lot of emphasis on our youngest children, kids that are learning to read and write and socialize. Remote learning is not a very good option. Her teacher does the best she can, but you can imagine with 22 little 6-year-olds on a computer, my daughter just kind of, I can tell it's too much screen time. By 3 o'clock, she's bouncing off the walls. When she used to come home from kindergarten, she just wanted to chill and relax because it was so much brain work and brain power. But she's playing, math games and spelling games and, the videos all day long. It's a lot. But I feel that the in-person opportunity would work much better as well. But for those youngest kids, kindergarten through second grade, masks just don't work. They're not feasible. They're too young to keep them on all day. And they're not proven safe, I feel like, for that young of an age group to wear for 7+ hours a day. So I would like to see for the youngest kids some exception or grace given for the littlest ones so that they can have a great school experience and love education moving forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Scott Shankweiler.
Scott Shankweiler.
Thank you, Roddy. Good evening, everyone. My name is Scott Shankweiler. I live in Thornton, Colorado. I've been an Adams 12 teacher for 16 years. I'll even turn my video on, sorry. There have been some great comments urging against implementation of the proposed plan. If we do move forward with this, I believe Wednesday needs to be asynchronous learning. Last spring, when we went to 100% distance learning, it was a full-time job, and I felt like a first-year teacher again, creating new assignments. I personally spent more hours working in the spring of last year than any year in my career, making meaningful, engaging, accessible lessons. The proposed plan requires teachers to actively engage with students in the classroom, which is a full-time job. Simultaneously, we're asked to have meaningful, engaging, accessible lessons prepared for students who are not in the classroom, and they have to be so well prepared they can be self-directed and asynchronous. These lessons do not exist right now. It was a full-time in the job in the spring to make those lessons. Now I have 2 full-time jobs. On top of that, Wednesday, I'm being asked to create synchronous lessons that are equally relevant and engaging to 2 separate groups of students. One that I had for 2 days in my classroom, and one that was learning all by themselves for 2 days. These 2 groups cannot possibly be in the same space of learning on Wednesday, and I don't know how to make a lesson that's both of those. Currently, the district set aside Wednesday for office hours, extra help, connecting with and supporting students like Caitlin, who shared her experience earlier. As Superintendent Godowski noted also earlier, the asynchronous students will be sending lots and lots of emails and calls. This was my experience in the spring as well. Synchronous Wednesdays removes the vital time to support students. Students will be left in chaos without support. Teachers need time to support those students. Please change Wednesday plan to asynchronous. Give us the time to do our job. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to call back James Boone for public comment.
Mr. Boone, have you connected? Roddy, can you go ahead and go to the next person, please?
Our next public commenter is Rebecca Wren.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Rebecca and I live in Thornton. I'm a parent of a high school student. I'm also a special education teacher in a different district that has been in person. I have witnessed the stress that has caused teachers in my district to be overwhelmed by being in person. So I would agree with what many of the teachers have said from personal experience. I am also a parent who has family circumstances that make being in person learning dangerous enough that I have been given remote instruction for my district. I have seen a virus cause enough damage to a human being that they need an organ transplant, and this was 16 years ago. It was not COVID. We do not know what COVID can do. Teachers will die. A teacher, a professor died in her Zoom class in front of her college students with no one to call 911 because they didn't have her address. We should not be asking teachers to be in person. It is also very dangerous for my child to be in the classroom, and I am now faced with having to force her to go virtual, of which she does not want. But for her safety, I'm going to have to make her stay virtual. I'm concerned about the quality of instruction for 4 AP classes, what that will look like. I'm concerned about the continuity that she's going to lose teachers that she's grown accustomed to, that she likes, that she is learning from well. She's learning well in the virtual situation. We don't have any information about what her instructors will be, what the content will be if she goes virtual. And she loses access to peer groups that she's already started to make as study buddies. I'm curious why we're not offering an option for students to Zoom into a classroom so that they can watch their class from home, so that people can choose virtual. I'm curious why we're not just having I'm a special education teacher. Special education students should be in the building. That's 7%, 7 to 10% of your population can be in person.
Thank you, Ms. Renz.
And
Your
the
time
rest
has
of your people can be at
completed.
home safe. Don't let your teachers die in front of their students. Please don't do it.
Thank you for your comments.
Roddy, can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next public speaker is Grace Batista.
Hi, I'm Grace Batista. I live in Broomfield and I teach first grade at Thornton Elementary. And I wholeheartedly support this plan. Remote learning has been completely ineffective and not equitable for our most vulnerable students. Students' Chromebooks and Wi-Fi are horrible. Would you keep logging on to a Google Meet after you got kicked off 6 times in an hour? That's our daily reality. It's hard to put into words how soul-sucking this is. We can't see or hear each other. Hours are spent saying it's still loading or muting and unmuting, or kids just not coming back after breaks. And for 2 weeks, I've been teaching 6-year-olds what a tab is, how to click a link, what a cursor is. Nothing academic at all, and each day is an immense struggle. To actually learn with remote learning, you need a high-functioning device, amazing Wi-Fi, the ability to read, some basic computer literacy, and a tech-savvy adult close to you for the whole day. No student in my class has that, even those in learning pods. It is completely inequitable for highly impacted families to continue with remote learning as it is. With this model, student success and quality of education is really contingent on how much time, energy, money, and tech knowledge their family has, and that is not fair. As people have said, it's super essential for primary grades. So please, for the sake of kids' academic growth and everyone's sanity, vote yes on this plan, or I invite you to come and try to teach remote first grade for a day. It's just not working. And the learning pod communication was extremely poor. And as a result, families most in need did not hear about it in time. So please give families and teachers the choice to come in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next public commenter is Stephen.
Could you repeat that name, Roddy?
The next public commenter is Stephen.
It doesn't look like he has audio. Oh, well, hold on here. Stephen, you're the next speaker.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I have a kid in Skyview and one in Shadow Ridge. This has been a complete and utter disaster. My 3rd grader hasn't learned a thing since starting. It is a constant fight to keep him in front of his screen. It's a constant fight, even for his teacher, to keep his class engaged. I see daily meltdowns, not only from my son, but from the entire class and even the teacher. I witnessed the teacher get into an argument during the Zoom meeting with the person in charge of the pods. This isn't working. We got to figure something out. We got to go back to class. And I agree with some of these people. It's either all or it's nothing. We either need to go back in, all in, or we need to all stay at home. But we need to go back into schools because online's not working. And if my kids can't go back to school, they're probably going to go to K-12 or something like that. And I understand people are worried about this virus. You step out your door, you expose yourself to deadly viruses every day. I understand this has taken way more, but we got to do something. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Christy Moran.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for listening to me again, especially this late. I kind of have a little checklist here, and so my garage light just went out. My biggest concern is the actual COVID cases and the numbers that we're seeing currently. And I understand that it's significantly lower in Broomfield, but Adams 12 is a pretty diverse district. And I personally work in a Title I school, and I know that the cases are different depending on different diversities. So just understanding those disparities throughout the district. I'm also very concerned about class sizes. I currently have 27 kids, and I hear you that we're hoping to have a third, but I don't think it's going to be a third in every single school. I'm wondering if higher socioeconomic statuses are going to choose remote, further creating the discrepancies in the diversity and the equity opportunities to our students. I look at that data that the survey came out, and the way that I read it is 2/3 of us do not want to go back either in person, not 100%. And I mean, I currently teach 5th grade, and there's not that much difference between a 5th grader and a high schooler. Or a middle schooler, excuse me. I think you addressed this as well, but I just want to make sure that teachers have time to set up our classrooms if we do have to go back in person, especially if you're new to the building. You don't even know your own way around your classroom. So giving some time for teachers to do that if we do go back. It is very difficult to get accommodations. I personally tried. I live with people who are high risk, but the way that the doctor's notes are written, HR did not accept it. So I'm wondering if it really will be a choice for teachers. I'm very uncomfortable coming back, and it doesn't feel like a choice, not for teachers. I had a choice as a parent. I have a kindergartner too. I think that there's a lot of that is working and a lot that's not, but it doesn't feel like a choice for teachers. So I don't know whether to approve this or not. It's just a very tricky situation, and it looks like we don't have the same kind of time and care taken this round than we did the first round when we made the decision to go in. Just seems
Ma'am, your time has concluded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Molly.
Molly Ewing, you're the next speaker. Can we go to the next speaker, Roddy?
Our next public commenter is Stephanie Rutherford.
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and I live in Henderson, Colorado, and I have been a bus driver for Adams 12 for 15 years now. And just when I thought I knew what I wanted to agree upon with this, I suddenly have mixed feelings. I am a pod leader for kindergartners at Meridian Elementary, as well as driving a route for the SN kids that go to Meridian. I am concerned about the amount of time that kinders are in class. We actually both need teachers because the kinders and I are both learning together the technology of having to, be on this computer all day long, and trying to keep their attention is a really big struggle. Trying to keep their masks on is a struggle, as well as trying to keep them from interacting with each other touch wise, because they're so curious and they just want to hug each other and love each other, and I have to keep them separated. So I do believe that if we are going to go back to school, that kinders, or if we're going to stay remote, excuse me, that kinders would need to, now I don't know what I'm saying. It's past my bedtime in my defense. Seriously. I think that if the kids are going to stay in pods and we're going to do this, they need to have a shorter day. It's too long for them. And quite honestly, it's too long for me to be with them, to try and help them and stay focused. I do want to go back. I want my normalcy back of being in my bus every day and driving my kids to and from school. But I worry that it's too soon to make changes, and that maybe we need to stay in just for the rest of the quarter, so that there's ample time to make changes, because we've all had way too much change. And I think we are all very much autistic. And saying that, change too fast is not good for any of us.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Landon.
You're muted still, sir. Mr. Bontrager, you are the next speaker.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. I'm a essential worker at the hospital. My name's Landon Bontrager. I live in Thornton. I have a daughter who's in high school. I think, kind of like one of the other parents kind of said, I think we need to, it's kind of like a all or nothing thing. We either probably need to all go into in-person learning, or we just need to stay remote. I think with the hybrid model that's kind of proposed, I don't think the school district's equipped to try to get this going in 2 weeks. I think it would cause a lot of stress on the teachers and the parents, because we're gonna, have to split the kids up in 2 different groups. I'm a nurse, so I have to bid my schedule out 2 to 3 months in advance. So trying to work around having a child that's only going to do a Monday, Tuesday at school and then have the rest of the week at home kind of makes it a little difficult to help give them tech support, because like the remote going on at the beginning, there's a lot of problems with connectivity. Daughters, crying at the beginning of the first day of school because we were having issues getting stuff connected, trying to get stuff uploaded to the teachers. So I think more thought needs to be given to it. It probably needs to either be all in person or stay remote until maybe winter break happens and we can kind of put something together better. I've gotten to see firsthand of all the different COVID stuff. I personally think a lot of it has been a lot of fear from the media. I can tell you from working here at the hospital, I know what the numbers are, and I know how many patients I have in the hospital currently that have COVID, and the numbers have come down. I don't think I was one of the few. I was pretty scared at the beginning, and as I worked with COVID, that's the floor I work on. After working with it for the last 6 months, I have a total different outlook on it, and I just hope we can do the right thing for the kids. Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker, we're going to try James Boone again.
Mr. Boone, are you available? We see that you've connected via phone, but you're muted at this point. Roddy, please try the next one.
Our next public commenter, we're going to try Molly again.
Hi there.
Hi,
I
Molly.
think we're working now.
Yes, we can hear you well.
My name is Molly Ewing, and I'm a social studies teacher in the district. And I have just 3 notes. I want to share our experience at our school, that the asynchronous days are producing less meaningful work and less work in general. They're less engaged. And so the idea of having 3 asynchronous days concerns me a lot. I think kids are going to lose a lot. One thing that I want to make sure we're all playing with the same information. School is going to look very, very, very different than what we are used to. We all want to go back to regular school so much. Like, want to be a regular teacher again. But that's not what in-person is going to be. It's going to be COVID safe, and that won't be as fun. And the equity concerns that people have mentioned are totally real, including and especially closing the pods. That's concerning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Christina Lopez.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm normally a bus driver as well. I am now in Thornton Middle School as a pod leader. And I think you can make the pods kind of give the kids that transition if we could just have more time with the kids. I speak with my kids daily on how they're doing, and some of them like it because they're able to concentrate more on what's going on with the class. My only concern would be as the kids are starting to transition, because we are in the pods, teachers are taking a little bit longer time than what we're allotted because we're trying to get them into their next class, or we're trying to get them to lunch. And then at the same time, they're not getting the breaks that they need to go to the restroom. They're having to interrupt class saying, hey, I need to go do this, I need to go do that. If we can perfect the pods at least for the time being till I would say winter, so we can go ahead and give the teachers the time to go ahead and do what they need to do in order to get us into the hybrid mode, I think we can get the learning pods to do that. Get the kids that need to be in school into these pods, because I have a pod that's supposed to be 15 middle schoolers, and at all times I maybe have 9 to 10. If I can fill up those spaces, then we can start reacquainting the kids into these hybrid models. We're also having problems with, hey, you need to have your mask. I think the learning pods would give them that time that they need to get acquainted and, you know, get the masks on, understanding that we're having to do the social distancing, because I'm constantly, hey, remember our distancing, remember our safety. I think the pods would be a great way to get the kids that need to come to school, get them in those pods so they can get used to the masks, so they can get the learning that they need. I've been very fortunate that I'm a little bit tech savvy, so I've been able to help my middle schoolers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Our next public comment is Suzanne Kent.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank you for all your efforts through all this. My daughter actually is quite impressed with the current online program that was put together in such a short time. And I do know how long it takes to put online programs together. So yes, very happy with what you were able to do under the circumstances. My daughter's a high school senior. I do not believe we have nearly enough info to make a decision on which way to go. She's got 3 AP classes and she's in the Bowman program. I think you answered one of the questions, with the Bowman Future Forward, that if she does some online, she'd be able to go in person with Bowman, which would be our ideal. But the AP classes are very, they're iffy. She loves her teachers right now, and we don't even have guarantees that going in school would give her these same teachers. Or you may have, some of them may stay online. So until we know, I mean, these classes are critical for her. These are critical for college credit. These are critical for potential merit scholarships. And breaking up the ties she has with teachers that she loves right now is not good in any direction that she goes in. So that's where my concern is. It's not so much, is it in school, is it not? If you said all of her teachers were going to be available to her in school, that would help us make it. If you said they were all going to be available online, that would be great. Or if you said that certified AP teachers will be available, if it's going to be 4 days synchronous, like it is now, we don't have enough information to make this. So my big question would be, if I choose online, in person, once more information becomes available, will I be able to swap to online? And that information might not be available until classes start again in October, until we see who her teachers are. And I want to know, and going even bigger, when you were talking about Bowman, you had mentioned some classes could be online with in person. So could we pick and choose on her APs, depending teachers of this class she'll do online versus that class in, as long as she has the time to make the transition between classes. So those are my big concerns with my senior, and also breaking the continuity at this point.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Looks like I was unmuted.
Our next public commenter is James.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. This is James Boone. I'm in Thornton. I got off my phone. I was having technical difficulties, I guess. I'm on my computer. I just want to say thanks to you guys all for trying to make a hard decision. It's difficult for everyone. I understand that. I'm for going back to school just for quality of education. I get that there is a risk for people, although it is a very small risk. It's about 2 in 1 or under, less than 2 out of every 100 people. I don't feel like the other 98 need to suffer for that. There's a lot of things we can do to stay healthy, like eat right and exercise. Nobody's really talking about any of that. And I just want to say thanks again for letting me speak. One last thing, no offense to the superintendent or anything, but I do not agree with giving him full power. I think that it shouldn't be just one person's decision. So that's how I'm going to end it. Have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next public commenter is Tamina.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I am trying to get the video, but for some reason it's not working. Okay, I will just start. Thank you so much for taking my comment. Sorry, I'm having technical difficulties.
We can hear you just fine. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll just talk. Well, thank you for taking my comment. I cannot even imagine how hard it is to come to a decision about anything. And so I'm really grateful to all of you for kind of taking the hot seat and making these really difficult decisions. I'm worried about going back to in-person. Sorry, I forgot to say who I am. I'm a bilingual school psychologist. I work across the district. I work from preschool to 12th grade doing evaluations for English language learners. The thing that I am really worried about, infections. I felt like a month ago or a little bit over a month ago when we came together to have a conversation about starting the school year remotely. I felt like there was really kind of a collective collective priority to keep everybody safe and healthy. I remember Kathy Plummer saying that she worried about all the lack of information that we have about the multisystemic inflammation syndrome in children. I feel like in the last month, the research that has come out doesn't make me feel like we shouldn't be any less worried about that. Clearly, everybody has a different idea of, what the risk is out there. But what we do know is that people continue to get sick and people continue to die. And that worries me for our students, for our families. For me as a school psychologist in the district, I am worried that I have to go to tons of buildings to do testing. And I'm not the only one. There are a lot of itinerants. And so I am concerned about, what the working situation would be for us in terms of exposure, and then bringing it home to our families. So I think that is everything I wanted to say. Again, thank you. It is past my bedtime, so I am going to sleep soon. Thank you and good night to everybody.
Thank you very much.
That is all the public commenters that have been in the waiting room at this time.
Very good. Well, thank you to everybody who did stay up past their bedtime to provide us comments, very insightful comments, very personal stories. And when you add this to emails that we've received, I recognize some names that have both spoken and emailed us. Again, I appreciate your feedback, and please know we take it very seriously. I'm going to have us take another break. I hate to say that we'd come back at 11 p.m., but that does give us 10 minutes, and then we'll begin discussing some more and maybe have some further questions for the superintendent and before we take any action that we want to take this evening. So we'll go on a break till 11 p.m. Thank you.
Leave it to Tiffany. Probably me. Is it me?
All right, we're back. Thank you again to everybody who made comments. And now kind of the order of things is I'm going to open it up for any questions that might have arisen from the public comment for the superintendent. And then each board member will have the chance to make some comments. Chris, if you want to make any further comments before we all start, that's fine too. But why don't I just open, and then we'll make a motion and vote and then adjourn the meeting. So first of all, does anybody have any questions that arose from the presentations that they would like to ask before we move forward in making our board comments and statements? Yes, Superintendent Godowski.
So just a few things that might be helpful in terms of responding to or just briefly clarifying a few things that were raised. First off, I want to thank all the speakers tonight. I was very proud of our community, our staff, our parents, and others for the thoughtful, respectful way that they brought forward their concerns. And I'm just grateful for that. I don't believe that's always the way this works in a lot of settings. And I'm grateful to serve and live in a community that behaves in that way on a really tough and challenging issue. So my gratitude for that. The pieces I wanted to clarify, there was a speaker on the early end who talked about the case incidence rate in Adams 12 being 10 times that in Adams County and referenced a number in excess of 1,000. I understand why that individual thinks that is the case. We've had similar confusion in the past with some staff. There's a whole lot of data on the Tri-County site, and the data to which that individual is referring is an aggregate number of how many cases per 100,000 have happened within Adams County since the inception of the pandemic. And so there is a level of incidence in excess of 1,000 in Adams 12 and throughout Adams County. That's occurred when you look back to March, but our rate over the last 2 weeks within Adams 12 and within the broader county is in that much smaller 104 level that Dr. Douglas cited today. So I wanted to bring that forward and clarify. The same is true with the positivity rate. The 9% positivity rate reflects that cumulative data. It's the same reason why back in late July, we were seeing a rate of 12.2%, but more recently, those rates have declined, not just in Adams County, but in Adams 12. And so I understand the why. I hope that's helpful clarity for board members and others listening. On the equity piece, I just want to say that clear back in late May, early June, I started to have conversations with colleagues in a variety of districts, including my colleagues in Adams County. And there was common interest amongst all of us in bringing kids back to school in person. And it wasn't driven by an interest in meeting the needs of white, affluent, privileged members of our community. Frankly, in Westminster Public Schools and Mapleton in particular, and Adams 14, they have very few parents who fit that profile. Our interest is really driven by the equity interest that some have expressed, that we worry, given what we've seen in terms of opportunity gaps for students based upon race and economic status, that having students continue in those circumstances not have the ability to access an educator in person would set them further behind and put them at greater disadvantages in the future. So our driver has been that. We've struggled with the reality that the speaker talked about and some others allude to. There is a higher rate of coronavirus incidents amongst higher poverty neighborhoods in our community. We've tracked that data closely. No doubt that that is true. And yet we've struggled to say that if that's true, the right way to meet equity objectives is to treat those parts of our communities like leper colonies and say that you just need to stay remote, you can't come in person. Or the alternative, on the other hand, is to say that we're going to have a learning pod staffed by classified staff who are working the very best they can to support the learning of kids, but it's not the same as the skills and abilities that are brought forward by educators who've been trained professionally in college and have lots of supplemental professional development to make them even more effective. So our motivation has been not to complicate further the equity challenge by eliminating learning pods. We feel like bringing more kids in person to be served by well-trained educators is the best way to serve them, and that we need very much the help and support in person of all the educators that we can to meet the needs of students in those categories. I guess the other thing I would say is Scott from Mountain Range talked about asynchronous days and synchronous days. I think that piece about how do you use Wednesday is something that we could very well have further discussion about in this work group that I've referenced a number of times tonight, just to give more context for him and for others who worry about workload and effectiveness in terms of this proposed schedule. Really what's envisioned, I didn't talk about this in as much detail earlier as I probably should have. The intent would be that educators are teaching 2 lessons in person per week. You teach lesson 1 and 2 to group A, and you teach lesson 1 and 2 again to group B. And you start with the group that's in Thursday and Friday. Then you teach those same 2 lessons to the group who is out Thursday and Friday on Monday and Tuesday. And then Wednesday, the purpose behind this notion of synchronous Wednesday is to say, hey, we've all had this instruction at different times. You've had some asynchronous learning that you've been charged with. Wednesday's the day when you come together, not so much to cover new ground, but to say, what did we just do over the last 4 days? Some in person and some remote. That's not making sense. How do we do review and bringing it together and shoring up some gaps in understanding? And then how do we tee everyone up on that Wednesday, the latter half of the class, to say, here's what's coming in on the asynchronous side, so that there's some direction and instruction in a verbal interactive format that hopefully prepares students to have more effective asynchronous independent learning, and without the same frequency of email communication and needs for support in future days. That's the idea behind it. And I think at the same time, having further dialogue about these interrelated issues about schedule and how to use a Wednesday, I think there's tremendous value in having further dialogue about that piece. So I wanted to clarify both what we have in mind there, which would be not teaching 5 independent new lessons each week as a middle and high school teacher, but teaching 2 solid and thoughtful ones, 2 days of asynchronous that we would hope are meaningful, and then Wednesday as a bridge between what you've done and what you're going to be doing. I would support very much having further dialogue with our committee on Monday to tease out what Wednesday should look like. And then the final thing I'll say is Bobby Bastian spoke with a lot of passion and emotion about an interest that I think all would share in having rules consistently enforced and applied across our schools for all of this to work, regardless of the decision the board makes today. When we have in-person interactions, we just have community, a greater community of Adams 12 staff and students and parents, some common obligations to one another to live up to the expectations we've had with wearing masks and following procedures and protocols. And I think it's a very legitimate concern that she and others have raised, and the expectation that we will have and enforce strongly is that we all have to, for the common good and safety of all, hold each other accountable to these rules and expectations that we put in place. So I just wanted to emphasize that too. Thanks for letting me add that.
Thank you. I had a couple questions, and I don't know that you need to answer them tonight, but there are things that came up for me. One was regarding the pods. And I think that was a really good point about those going away. And I was able to join the American Indian Parent Advisory Committee meeting yesterday. And one thing that really was clear for me is, and I think we see it reflected in the fact that many communities are choosing to go remote. And we know that in our Native American community, our Latino communities, and our Black communities, the COVID rate is higher. And so many of those families may choose the remote option. And I worry that if there are no pods, they may not feel like they can choose the remote option to keep their families safe. And they talked pretty eloquently about worrying about their risk. And so I didn't know if there was something, I know we have family liaisons, if there's something we could look at for families that may feel that way that could help them in that situation where they really feel like they need to stay remote, but they might need some extra assistance with some of the tech issues and things that we're still struggling with. So that just came up in that equity space. And I just wanted to put that out there that was part of our that discussion last night. And the other thing that came up for me is tech help in that asynchronous environment where teachers aren't available. And if there's some creative solution that we can come up with, where I know we have our IT team and that we have people that are ready and willing to help with that, but those are just some lingering questions for me. And I know that I have great faith in what's going to happen now, which is all the details. And I know that you've talked about principal and teacher teams that are going to get together to really hammer out a lot of the details that haven't been come up, but just to put that on the radar and see if you have any initial thoughts about those.
I think I should be in business now. So on this issue of learning pods serving high poverty communities, so much of what we're painting is a pretty wide brush. I see a possibility in some of those communities that, as I said before, 70% of our Spanish speaking parents and their survey responses said that they would enroll one or more children in online. Many of those schools that are title status in our system have a very large number of Spanish speaking parents. And so if you had 70% of your family say, I want remote, your need for in-person staff to serve, you'd have such small numbers of students wanting in-person that across a school, if you have 20 kids in a typical third grade class at a Thornton Elementary, for example, if 70% of them say, I want remote, trying to do some quick math when I'm really tired, trying to think what that number is. You might have only 20 of your students or thereabouts who need in-person schooling. So you could be in a spot of, instead of spreading them out in very small groups of 6 or 7, consolidating them into smaller numbers of in-person instruction situations so that you have space available that you could provide learning pod support. That said, I think the other part that we've wondered about in that space is if you're concerned enough about the safety risk, which we believe many of our parents in that part of our community are, to say that you want remote only, are you still not going to have the same concerns about coming to a learning pod? You're still going to be in a spot of potentially being with 10 or 12 other peers and in a building where there's more traffic. So we just don't know yet. But if we saw lots of people in online and we don't need all the space and we don't have the same capacity limitations, we would work to meet as much need as there exists and that we can accommodate with staffing to provide learning pods. I feel like that's a really important part. And then the tech support around asynchronous days. We're limited right now in terms of how much bandwidth we have in that space. We have our help desk team in IT, and we try to do things to help better support folks. They're helping support asynchronous to be less of a frustrating experience would be something that our IT team and learning services team would work actively around, not only to maximize that people can respond to calls when people are struggling in the moment, but to train up other staff at the school level who can help people troubleshoot that stuff too. And we've heard some of our staff tonight who have those skills, even if they may not have a tech assignment, they may still have that capacity and willingness. And we'd want to equip as many people on our staff as possible to be a resource that way.
Thank you very much. Very, very helpful. And it's evident that you and your team have thought through a lot of these. So you're ready with thoughts and have already done part of that thinking, which is very reassuring. And, you know, as the board, we're keeping up with what we know, but we know so much is going on behind the scenes and went into the plan, and that there's more that we don't know. So this is, I know it's a long meeting, but I think good information is really coming out for us and for the public that's trying to make a decision. There's lots of decisions that'll be made this weekend by staff and parents. So thank you. So what I'd like to do now is open it up for individual board comment. And we typically begin with Mr. Brian Batts.
Well, can you hear me okay? Good. I've been doing a lot of thinking about this ever since the initial plan came out. And one thing that I keep on coming back to is that there's no right answer. I know I did hear that tonight too. One of the things that I struggle with is how do you meet everybody's needs in some way that will accommodate our children's growth, learning, and keeping people safe. And then I was doing some more looking through the presentation as you were commenting on your last pieces. The one thing that really stood out to me that summed it all up for me in all the presentations, one sentence, and that set it apart from every other district that I've heard. And that is, yes, if we did it, if you give options, at least you have one sentence says families will have the option to select an in-person / hybrid or remote learning model for each child. And then I thought, wow, I mean, for a district to say, you know what, I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna give people that option because there is no one way. And while there is concern then on the other end for people, parents and teachers to say, okay, that's true, but then it's not going to be great. But then I ask you, which option is? So that's just it. You have to be accommodating. And we're all in this together. We all have to figure out a way to move forward. And so far, in my opinion, knock on wood, Adams 12 has done a really bang up job in being very cautious in moving forward in our decisions and what we did and what we have done and what we will do. So with that said, I think that is something I wanted to resonate and get out there because I missed that, right? And when I went through this presentation before it was even given, I was thinking, there's a couple options. How do you choose, on all these different things? And now I'm looking at it, I'm like, we are given that flexibility according to what I read, right? Now, is all the stuff worked out? No, there's a lot to work out. But as Kathy even said, I have faith in the staff, Chris, that you have put together that we can move mountains. We can be pioneers. we can actually do this. And yes, there'll be struggles along the way, but we will learn if everybody chips in. That doesn't mean that, you know, parents and teachers alone are just going to sit back and let you orchestrate. Everybody has to pitch in. And that's where we're going to come up with the best solution. So, I mean, I know that it's just a comment. It's not, you know, questions, and it's not directed one way or the other as far as a comment. It's just overall in general. As you know me, I tend to make up my own mind. Nobody convinces me one way or the other. And this is very helpful. So I appreciate all the hard work you guys have done.
Thank you very much. Director Goldstein.
So first I want to say thank you to everyone who's contacted me in the last 48, 72 hours in every possible way. I've gotten emails, I've gotten phone calls, I've gotten texts, I've gotten Facebook message, and I've even run into people that have pulled me aside. So I really do want to thank everybody for giving me their feedback. And it was all over the place. So in July, we heard from many people before and after we as a board voted to be totally remote at the beginning of the school year and offering learning pods. And I still feel in my heart that we made the right decision at that time, and we've been able to move forward. So many of you are looking at the potential decision with a lot of angst. I get it. So if you're listening to me right now, please just take a breath, because I am. Now, let's think a little metaphorically. So we are building a plane in flight. And the most important thing is that we do not crash and burn. We want to make it through our flight. Will there be turbulence? Yes. And I kind of feel like we're in the middle of some pretty heavy turbulence. I'm very aware of the stress that finding out the proposal is to go back to in-person learning. And many questions have been brought up, and I think that they've been answered very well. And I know that if there are more questions, they will continue to be answered. I'd like to point out that many of these questions were answered in the Onward Learning Guide. Just take a breath and look it over. So we're well set up with that plan to be successful. And we know that a few things have to be tweaked, and that will calm us back down. So we made our first decision based on the 3 factors from the CDC and the Tri-County Health. And the district has watched these numbers of cases per 100,000 residents, the positivity rate and the growth rate in the cases. So back in July, the prudent decision based on that data was to remain remote. Now the numbers have indicated that it's okay to go back to in-person learning. I do see this plan as a win-win situation, because whether you want to go back or not, you have the choice. Either choice is acceptable. There are a few situations that we have to iron out, but we'll do that because that's what we do. And there's things that are related to it that need to be figured out also. So the concerns that have been expressed I know have been compiled, and moving forward, I have faith that these concerns will be addressed because they've been addressed all along. Because remember, we are building this plane in flight. Welcome to the turbulence. So when we finish getting through all the bumps, we'll get through this and land safely. Our staff and our students will have learning opportunity that meets their needs and their families' needs with the protocols in place to keep us safe and healthy as possible. I truly, truly believe that. I've had my own son in a learning pod for the last couple of weeks, and the protocols that I've seen have made me feel comfortable for his safety. With the decrease in positivity and continuing safety protocols, wearing masks, we can offer our students a more closer to normal experience. Or we can keep learning remotely. It's our choice. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Director Goldstein. Director Lockley.
So it's my turn. First, I'd like to echo Lori in thanking everyone for their communication. As Kathy mentioned earlier, literally several hundred written communications as well as the public comments. Please note that I work a full-time job. I'm helping my 2 students learn. I have read them all. I have definitely considered them all. If you don't receive a personal communication back from me, please know that it's been read. And I think I, along with everyone else in the room, has really taken a lot of time to consider all of that and taken that into heart. And I think one of the things I keep hearkening back to is we had a lot of families who were really concerned about the lack of choice in the initial decision. I agree with Lori that it was the right decision to make at the time, and it gave us the opportunity to have students at home safely and give us the opportunity to figure out the option that we now have in front of us. And the fact that the option is safer than it once was is really encouraging to me. And I think I very much appreciate a lot of the families who have reached out and said, I know that everybody is working very hard and doing the best they can. And often that's followed up by a but. But my first grader is spending way too much time on the screen. But my first grader who loved learning now hates learning. But and so there's a lot of that. And I think I very much appreciate that choices are being made available. I think that the biggest thing for me is ensuring that families are not having to decide between their child's health or getting a good education. And I think teachers have been working very hard to make online learning exceptional for our students. And I know that we have some programs out there and some support. So I think that's the one space where I know that work is still being had, and I would just continue additional work to ensure as we talk about these equity pieces, as we talk about students in different spaces in our district accessing, that we are working to ensure whether the decision is online or in person, that our students are as best as possible getting access to the same level of quality Adams 12 education. We talk about Florida Virtual and access to those. Heard a lot of dispute about who has it and who doesn't, and teachers, having the opportunity to interact with it or not having seen it. And so that's the one space as a board member that I would just encourage, is ensuring that all of those resources are available to all of our teachers, whether they're in person or online or hybrid, to ensure that all of our families, whatever choice that they make, are still getting a really quality education for their students.
Thank you. Director Mitchell.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What I said was, I'll try not to talk too long, but I probably will. So again, I just echo the sentiment that it is really good to hear from our community, because without hearing from you, we really don't know what you're thinking. So there was an abundance of communication, and we all tried to get through, I think, as much of it as we could in the amount of time we had as it rolled in the door. And it was very helpful and very appreciated. So thanks to everyone who took that time and those who spoke tonight. Certainly the emotion, I get pretty emotional, so I always appreciate when others join me in showing and demonstrating their emotion. So thank you all for being willing to put yourself out there. I want to congratulate our community on the effort that they've put in place to try to flatten the curve, do whatever we could to get our numbers where they are, because I don't believe that people thought that this was where we would be or we were going to be able to do this. So, thank everyone you see who is making the effort to do the right things, and get us in a place where we can be having this discussion. Then I also want to thank all of our staff who have worked so hard to roll out the start of our year, because I run into people in several places. I've been getting texts. Just everybody is so complimentary of the effort and the job that our teachers are done. And even from the start to now, everybody sees how much improvement has been done, and just the amount of time and the amount of effort that everybody's putting in to try to make this as engaging and as functional as we can get it. So I think there's a lot to be proud of. I think there's a lot of people who I said earlier who feel like the caliber of our staff and the commitment of our district are just not something you find everywhere. So I do believe that our community really, really supports everything that's going on. So I appreciate all the work that went into this presentation, and that's about the third time I think I've heard Chris blow through that. And every time it's the amount of work that you can tell that went on to make it to the next round. I know that the staff is having very deep conversations. I know they're listening to people that are providing input. And I really appreciate all the work they're doing, and then them still allowing us to help in taking that in great stride and really taking it with the intent that it's given. I will say that I hate to see our pods disbanded, because I do think that they are something to be extremely proud of. And the amount of work that went into those is something that we definitely should take a great pride in. And I think it's something that may still continue to serve us. So I hope we will figure out where the right place is for some of that. And hopefully we can find a room or two in some of our buildings where that support is still needed. Especially I'm thinking of in the middle school and our high schools, where we may have kids with connectivity issues on their asynchronous days. They're going to need a place to go. So I appreciated Chris. He's always, talking about the best decision, or it may not be the best one, but I can assure our community that whatever decision is made is one that's made with as much thought and heart and focus as anyone could expect. And again, nobody has a crystal ball, so we do the best we can. I do think for me, the part that gets to my heart the most is trying to figure out the right way to serve our special needs kids, our little kids, and provide equity. And the equity piece, I think, is particularly challenging, because when you talk about equity, you have people coming in saying, we need more remote, the remote needs more support, they need to be in a classroom. And I don't, just like any other kid in our community, I think it's really hard to say that there's just one answer that's going to solve the equity problem, or that's going to solve, the high school problem, or the middle school problem, or the IEP, or, whatever the needs are. I think we have kids. I had kids that went to school in a classroom every day and came home and cried. So, it's a teacher, it's a subject, it's it's a kid. Yeah, so, I do appreciate that we are looking at how best to try to provide some options and some flexibility in how we meet our kids. I appreciated some of the rationale that Chris provided, that trying to get some in-person time for some of our kids who, there's lots of reasons why I think it's important to get kids connected. Some kids that have just moved to our community, kids that are changing schools, kids that just don't have a strong neighborhood group, and just trying to make some of those connections in case something does happen that causes us to shut down. I do appreciate the focus, although we don't want it to be a monetary decision, that October count is still something that, as our superintendent and our senior staff and our board, we still have to keep our eye on making sure that we're doing things safely, but also keeping that that balance in our mind. My next point, I do hope one of the speakers highlighted something for me that I think is important, and that is wanting our teachers to feel they have a choice in whether they choose remote or whether they choose to go back and in person. I know there's lots of people who have family members or parents or children or just reasons for really why they feel so strongly about not being back in a building that don't reach the level of some federal guideline or accommodation. And I hope that the balance all comes out and we don't have to feel like, you know, people are being pressured. And I hope we're able to do that. And I think another piece that may help teachers feel better about that is I think there's a lot of value in very quickly bringing some of our teachers together. I know you talk about the group that you have that's doing a lot of this work, but I feel like there's a lot of value in trying to create some opportunity for some of our teachers in the high school and the middle and the elementary to figure out what's the right thing to do for that Wednesday, that short day. And one of the things I heard was there's certain classes that just the teachers feel very passionately about, that they're doing the right thing by doing it remote. And then if they have to do that in a building, that it's really going to limit their ability to serve some of their kids. Those were just some of the things that I saw that I just think pulling some of these various groups and at least letting them provide that information and input into how we form those might help them feel better about being the choices they're going to make. Let's see. And then just a couple of things. For me, I do struggle with, is it my job to protect every teacher and every child and try to keep them from, safe as I can and keep it 100% remote? That's a struggle for me. That's what I want. I want everybody to feel safe and to be safe. But I don't believe that what I hear, that my need to keep everybody safe and isolated is what's going to meet everybody's needs. So I feel like there's a balance there. And for me this evening, when you were given the presentation, there are lots of emotions that come to me as I work through this and struggle with the right thing to do. But I do trust that we're going to get it right, that we're going to find a way to bring our kids into the building and provide these options, and that we have the right staff that are listening and will modify and work to solve problems that come up and make it better. Just like we talk about things we can do to make remote better, that we are not the kind of district that makes a decision and goes at it and is unwilling and inflexible in changing things to make it better. So I wish we had the crystal ball that said that we know that everybody's going to come out okay. We could stay remote and that still might not be the case. So, and again, there are emotional issues and social issues that I think that other kids need options. And I'll close with that. I think, for me, I think the most important thing is that we all respect each other, that nobody can dismiss people's fears or their beliefs. And it doesn't matter which side you're on, but this is an international recognition. This is not something that is just here in the United States. Schools around the world are struggling with trying to get kids and keep them making progress and keep them safe, keep this virus in a place that's containable, that allows us to continue to function in some kind of at least not stay at home and locked in our homes. So I think if we try to to bring our kids into the buildings and we can all respect each other and we can respect the protocols and the safety and the health that is in place, because there is a virus and it is highly contagious and it can hurt people, and we need to abide by those things and appreciate and respect the teachers that are coming in the building and respect the other students that are trying to come in the building, understand the boundaries. I think as a district, we need to do as much as we can to keep our cohorts, and people need to respect those boundaries of the cohorts. The schools that are getting in trouble, it's, a staff, 20 people in a staff. We need to make sure that we're creating a cohorts for our staffs, that we don't get ourselves in a position, and our staff need to recognize, and, we do remote meetings with our staff so that they can be in their cohorts, and we don't run into a situation where we get so short staffed in a building that we have to shut down a whole building. But that's really I think if we can bring ourselves together and as a community respect families that say remote, whether they're staff or students, respect people in the building, and respect the virus that is in our community, that we can do this. And I will stop with that.
Thank you, Director Mitchell. All right, I will finish us off here. We are almost done. I know it's getting late. It's past all of our bedtimes, and people have raised really good points. So I will just start by saying that, to me, the decision this evening is much more difficult than the one we made in July. I had no doubts about the decision to go to remote based on public health data. It was hard because I really felt for the parents who talked to us about wanting to be in person or wanting to come back to school. But in good conscience, I did not feel like I could offer that choice and feel like I was being ethical, because I didn't think the data supported it. And I think as the superintendent went through the data and we see where we were, I think that we are very justified in that decision. The data is very different this time around. Now, but it's squishy, right? We're in the medium category. So that means that there's a lot of room for people's interpretation of what feels safe or not safe. And the reality is that public health leaves it up to district judgment. And that's what we're doing tonight. I'd just like to reflect a little bit more on the comments, because they've kind of fell into some distinct categories for me. And again, very grateful for everybody. So before the recommendation came out, for probably the couple weeks ahead of time, we were getting lots of feedback from parents and some educators kind of previous to the plan, indicating the challenges with remote learning. So that was predominantly what we were hearing. And, the frustrations that you heard on some of the folks that presented tonight. So, and we heard lots of calls for some of the adjustments that you've already talked about making to reduce the number of screen time. So I think that people will be really happy with some of the things that you're already deciding to do. There was lots of calls for us to provide a choice option from those folks. So then fast forward to the proposed plan that we revealed, and then we heard from many educators expressing safety concerns based on public health data, doubts about safety measures being followed. It mirrors really what we heard tonight, and feeling fearful that they would put families in situations that put themselves at risk. We also heard from educators both online and tonight about implementation of the new plan, workload, supporting students in both in-person and remote forms, changing classes. And we heard from parents in the same way. So I can't remember which one of my fellow board members said this, that we are, we're really not, there's no perfect option for anybody. And I think If we had chosen the other, we would have seen a different set of public comment to stay remote. So again, we're in this middle spot. I have spent a lot of time looking at the public health guidance and considering whether or not I would support this plan. And again, we had a really good data presentation. I'm not going to go over it. The email from the public health directors of both Tri-County and Broomfield in support of our plan is significant. It means at the highest level of our most trusted sources of data and the advice that we get weekly that they believe that our plan is workable and is responsible. And that within this framework of the different guidance from the Metro Denver Public Health Group and the CDPHE guidance, that they feel that we have a solid and workable plan from a public health standpoint. And that means a lot to me. The Metro Denver Partnership for Health Guidance document does start, and one thing we haven't talked about is, you know, some of the concerns about kids remaining out of school. Some folks mentioned that, but I want to bring up what we've seen in our nutrition services and the meal provision to our free and reduced lunch kids. Kids are not showing up for food, and I think that will be helped by having kids in school 5 days a week because they're there to access that. I think that's really critical as one of those issues. In addition to that, in-person touch with a caring teacher and all the school professionals that care for them. So I think there's some, especially for our, well, at all levels. So I think that's also on the public health side for me, weighing for me and how I looked at it. So I'm going to give you a sneak preview because I will be voting in favor of the superintendent's recommendation, and because I have these assumptions. First of all, that we found out based on the data from both staff and parents that there is no one right solution. I mean, when data is 40%, 30%, 25%, there is no overwhelming agreement on a certain option. And even if you combine the in-person to say 70%, there's still a degree of variability. And I expect that some of those folks that wanted all in person might make some different decisions for hybrid, and same with elementary. If they wanted hybrid and they're not comfortable all in person, we could see some movement in what people choice, you know, what choices they make. So my assumption, and I believe it was stated by the superintendent in several ways, is that if you feel unsafe to go back to in-person school for your kids, you have obviously the choice to remain remote. And that if you feel unsafe to go back to school in person to teaching, you do not need to do so, that every effort is going to be made to find a way for you to remain remote. I hope that we can be really creative with some of those teachers that teach those classes that no one else teaches and find ways to get them remote. But my assumption is that people will be able to make the decision that most aligns with their safety feelings and their choices. That's what we do on a personal level in our lives, whether what we're deciding to do with who we see, whether we go out to dinner, whether we've gone to a wedding, all sorts of things. We make those decisions right now. And I'm hoping, my assumption is that people can make those decisions and get what they feel works best for them. My second assumption is that public health guidance for school buildings will be strictly followed in all buildings. And I liked the suggestion of Ms. Bastian that we do come up with really consistency protocols, and we know what happens if the guidance isn't followed. Because I believe that what we are doing does make a difference. And I don't know if anybody's had a chance to get on the University of Michigan Public Health Schools page. I'm sure you all go there in your free time. But they have a great analogy, and it's the Swiss cheese analogy of protection, that any one type of protection is like Swiss cheese. There's holes in it. But the more you layer the Swiss cheese, the more the holes go away. And I believe that the things that we are putting in place, social distancing, masking, including the ability to provide N95 masks for our teachers, the ventilation that's been discussed, the cohorting, trying to keep small groups of kids. We are layering lots of layers. And I believe that although there could be exposure because of things coming from the community, that we will be protecting our children, our teachers, and our staff to the greatest extent possible, that everything we are doing is in line with public health guidance, but then it comes down to enforcement. So what I will say, we've heard some feedback. If you are a family that doesn't want your child to wear a mask, then you should probably select remote, because we will be wearing masks. And if you are a teacher who doesn't want to wear a mask to teach, then you should probably select remote. So I think we've laid out the guidelines and what's going to be expected, and that then the expectation is that they're followed. Kind of sound like a mean mom right now. Sorry about that. I know there are details that have yet to be worked out with some of the operations of the hybrid learning model. And we've talked about, again, some of those concerns of teachers feeling like, how can they best support their students if they're teaching and they're not available 3 days a week? My belief that has been confirmed is that the district is going to be working with teachers and principals who are on the ground, providing the best guidance, and that there's going to be really good work done. And I have 1,000% faith in both our district leadership and the creativity and ingenuity and skill of our teachers and principals to come up with ways that we can make this work and have people keep their sanity. And the last thing is, I believe that the superintendent needs to be able to move quickly if there is a change in public health data that indicates that we need to move to remote learning. Again, we do not control the virus. It controls us. If it gets up to those levels that they were in July, I want us back out, and that needs to be the driving factor. So those are kind of where my thoughts have gone this evening. Again, there are no easy answers. And I know this weekend, as we're going to ask people to make their decisions about whether they're going to teach remote or send their kids to school in person or keep them remote, and the issues with the teacher changes, it's really hard. And I don't know how to make that any easier, because in a perfect world, we'd be able to keep everybody where they are, plus give them everything. And that's what I want to do. That's what I wish to do, but I know that's not possible. So I would urge people to look at that website with where the frequently asked questions will be. And again, so that's what I have to. That's where I want to end my comments. And again, just I hope everybody feels heard. I think you saw the board members who are really struggling along with you, the superintendent as well and his team. They've worked 24/7. Our teachers have been working. I think we're all in a heightened stress because there's nobody not stressed in this COVID environment, and parents as well, trying to help their kids, and no one's got a crystal ball. If you do, you'd be a billionaire, because anybody would want to buy that. So at this point, any further questions or comments? I would like to entertain a motion to approve the 2020-2021 school plan after September 25th as presented, and to authorize the superintendent to modify the plan as needed based primarily on the return to remote learning criteria outlined in the superintendent's presentation, including the developing public health data, recommendations from local and state public health officials or the governor, material and substantial disruption in instruction caused by student absenteeism or frequent or large-scale quarantine actions or similar factors. Prior to making material modifications to the school plan, the superintendent will communicate with the board and seek input as permitted under applicable law.
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion before the vote? All right.
Aye.
Sorry about that. Director Batts?
Aye.
Director Goldstein?
Aye.
Director Lockley?
Aye.
Director Mitchell?
Aye.
Director Plomer?
Aye. Thank you, everybody, for your consideration, and to everybody who worked so hard to put it together, and for the late hour. The fun doesn't end. We're back together next week. So coming to an email near you is your agenda for next week, which will come out on Friday. Yes, Director Goldstein.
I have a question more for Francis. It's on my calendar for the Westminster Legacy Foundation breakfast next week.
Yes, I'll email you in the morning about that. It is still going on. It is, there's 2 restaurants. I'm waiting for a response to find out if there's availability to attend or not. Otherwise, it'll be virtual. So I'll have that information for you. I should hear back from them hopefully by tomorrow.
Great. So yes, same time, same place next week. And with that, I will adjourn us at 11:58 p.m. Have a good night, everybody.